All men are islands, alone under the sun. There are streaks to continue, statements to make, battles to be won. A champion, a perennial challenger, but the matches aren't played on paper at the Australian Open.
And it's our final match of this middle Sunday. Novak Djokovic taking on Stan Wawrinka. Let's get inside to Rod Laver Arena, where, of course, it's always Djokovic's goal to play not just the middle Sunday, Chris Fowler, but the final Sunday. To you and Darren.
Well, Chris, thank you. Yeah, last year, the final Sunday, the match took longer than Novak's first 3 matches of this event combined. That's how easy it's been, Darren. We talked a night ago about a young player, Bernie Tomic, having belief against Roger Federer. He played well. Now you've got an older player in SamuelBam who you think has to have belief against Novak despite 10 consecutive losses to the defending champ.
Well, the feeling about Stan in the locker room is that if you come out and play a great 4 to 6 games in that first set, that he'll go into his shell slightly. We've seen that many times against Roger Federer, against Novak, against Andy, and against Rafa. They come out and they go hard in those early games against him. So I think if I was in his corner, I would go over the top in those first 4 or 6 games of being aggressive, but also showing some positive emotion, like he feels like he belongs on the court. That's going to set the scene as to whether or not he can really hang with Novak.
Well, it's
Ladies and gentlemen,
going to be very few chances probably against the Djokovic serve if Novak continues to serve the way that he has so far in this tournament. Brad talked about it. He's been almost untouchable. He has been unbreakable. First and second serve points, just dominant. And Stan's not known as a great returner.
That's right. Well, that's the one thing that the players can also get at. If you have a big first serve, Stan likes to hack the return back. He pushes the forehand return and also the backhand return. He leaves a lot of those balls in the middle of the court, and he gets behind on that first shot. That's where Federer kills him with his forehand, maneuvers that forehand all over the court, and then Stan starts to panic for bad positions in the court. The guy is a great ball striker, one of the most beautiful single-handed backhands in the game, and his forehand is very underrated, but he can't leave that ball hanging today. He has to go for his shots.
Djokovic has put a premium on being very efficient, and that means, as you said, starting fast. You've seen him every match come out, had that look in the eye, no working your way in, no lack of intensity from the first ball. Got a pretty tough test from Radek Stepanek in the last round. They were 3 tight sets, and the veteran with his crafty game pushed Novak, but you never had the feeling the guy was threatened.
No. Entertaining match, though.
Sure was. So we'll get a look at the Djokovic serve to open this 4th round match, and we'll see if Wawrinka can make some quality returns or if he's just hacking it back in play.
Play. Oh, 15.
The impressive hardcourt record last year, finishing year-end #1 by making a strong push and winning the year-end championships in London over Federer. This has been his most successful major. And as Chris said, going for the three-peat, first on the male side in the Open era. Have you ever seen Djokovic hit better forehands than he has in this tournament?
No. No, his forehand has been flatter, more offensive from a stronger position in the court. He's been going after it. Still has that variation when he needs it, but every time that ball sits up, taking a lot of spin off that ball and going after the forehand. Through his year last year, Chris, and I think in many ways somewhat of an underrated year because of what he achieved, and nearly impossible to replicate what he did in 2011. But the fact he finished the year as the #1 player in the world, he won the Australian Open, and also going into the French Open, he was going for all 4.
Right.
He took the wind out of his sails a little bit, losing in the final, but I thought it was a remarkable year to defend what he did.
I think you're right. That's an excellent point. It was a really taxing. Obviously, the final down here was unbelievable, and that can knock you sideways for a month. And then you get back to the clay court season. That 2-day French Open final, gave it everything he had, playing from behind, couldn't get past Rafa, and then the disappointment at Wimbledon and again at the Olympics when he didn't medal. But finished the year strong to reclaim #1.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and if he makes the semifinals here, he will retain his #1 ranking.
And also those extra responsibilities that come with finishing a year as the #1 player, the extra media, the extra attention, every tournament that he would turn up to is going to be a game point for Novak. And I thought he handled those responsibilities really well.
Call it out. 2 huge cuts by Wawrinka on the backhand. That's his best shot and a challenge from Novak.
Near sideline, but was called out.
This is what we want to see from Stan. Every chance he gets to get on top of that ball early, take a couple of steps forward to the backhand and unload on it. It's his best chance.
A couple of huge backhands at that point.
Djokovic has 2 challenges remaining. Advantage Djokovic. Game Djokovic.
Good response. And now we get a look at Wawrinka's serve for the first time, and this is one of those little tests you think that he has to pass here. Meanwhile, the forehand against Ryan Harrison, who came in with a plan, was just devastating.
Yeah, most of the tournaments last year, Novak came onto the court with an idea not to miss and make any unforced errors for the first 4 of 6 games. But you can see how offensive has he been in the early games of every match he's played so far. Times he needs to hit the ball with a bit of spin, he's doing it and doing it very accurately. But every time that ball sits in the middle of the court, Novak's very quick to step up like this, steps into the baseline, flattens it out, catches it nice and high, and he likes the ball up around shoulder height on the forehand side.
Wawrinka's been pretty solid. He's only been broken 3 times in this tournament.
15 long.
Gave Sam Querrey a lot of trouble with the serve in the last round. Stan,
15 all.
fairly steady 2012, but he was the only guy in the top 20 that did not win a title last year. An early trip to the net for Stan.
Actually, 22 of the top 23 ranked players in the world won a title last year.
13,
and
15.
shows that Stan had an outstanding season, really steady, but no real highlight.
Couldn't string together 3 or 4 quality wins.
Played well at the French Open. That's a good miss, though. He needs to be taking those cuts. Normally, Stan likes the ball to come to him on the forehand side, and he doesn't take those 2 or 3 steps inside the baseline. And even though he missed that, you can see that he's got the right intentions.
Had
the chance to get to know Stan quite well over the last couple of years, and Seems like a very mild-mannered guy, and he is a really sweet guy off the court, but there is a real sense of determination there, and he knows he's never going to step out of the shadow of Roger Federer, but he wants to create a name for himself, a mark on the game himself.
Game, Wawrinka.
What does he see as the potential mark that he could create?
5 to 8. I think he can push himself to a quarter or a semi, and it's a little bit like Ferrer, Berdych, Tsonga, all these players we talk about. I feel like that he's in that range as far as his game is concerned, but that belief is not there that those other guys have.
Love 15.
Maybe a double fault there, but his serving so far in this tournament has been excellent. And the big thing to notice from where Novak's serves are going, no body serves, especially on the second serves. Very close to the line, going for a lot, but no body serves on the first serve.
Yeah, not a single one. Why is that?
It's a good question. I actually don't have an answer for that. It's also the type of graphic that his coach can always get valuable information from.
You can see how dominant he has been. Look at those second serve points won. You're not going to lose a match with 74%. But this is the scratchiest start we've seen from Novak. Only 2.5 games, but already 5 errors. He's given Wawrinka an opening here at love 30.
15-13.
It's kind of a body serve.
Yeah, much more than what we saw in that previous graphic. And now that's interesting. It feels like he's confident and obviously going for the lines to try to get ahead in the point and maybe win a few free points off that first serve. But the body serve is an effective serve today.
That's the kind of point Wawrinka's going to have to win there. And he got a little bit behind in the point with the defensive return, but worked his way back into it. It's a promising sign.
15-14.
That easy power off the backhand side that Stan can get. He has beautiful timing, and all that weight's transferred through to the right leg, and good direction here, forcing the error from Novak.
A rarity so far in this event. A break point, 2 of them against Djokovic's serve. What an awful game for Novak. And Wawrinka, this could help his belief. He draws first blood in Rod Laver Arena. Wawrinka enjoying his match inside Rod Laver Arena so far, because he began the Australian Open in a non-television court, in one of the really small courts, as a number 15 seed. And then when he played Query, it was on a smaller court in a very windy day, tough conditions. So now he thinks like, hey, I'm on the main stage, perfect conditions. This is nice. And a nice start for the underdog.
Take any seats for now.
And the challenge of backing up that break.
Yes.
Try to get detailed stats from Stan's first round match. You can't. They don't have them on those small non-TV courts. Djokovic sort of stumbled, and Wawrinka saw that, hit back behind him.
15 love.
Now Stan is a guy that can use the body serve really effectively, and a lot off the second serve as well. He has a heavy second serve, a lot of kick, a lot of bounce, and pretty good pace.
Again, Djokovic losing his footing there twice in a couple points.
30 love.
Slipped on the paint of that Melbourne sign.
Oh! 30-15. $40-15.
For the first time, Djokovic really been behind in this Australian Open. I thought Greg Gilbert had the night off. He snuck down courtside. You saw that Sandy got an early break, BG. He said, I'm going inside.
Yeah,
Really?
I thought I was going to get the call, but I got the call to go courtside. It's a little bit cool tonight, and the court will play much slower. I think Stan will like that. In the last match, I watched this whole match with Sam Querrey. I was really impressed how well he was hitting his forehand. We know about the backhand. The forehand was as good as I've seen, and the toss is more in front of him now.
He's got some good speed. Stan is the package. This will bring a smile to his face, the start he's made here, because it's exactly what he was after. Giving that sense of belief and mixing it with Novak. Even the matches they played and the matches he's lost, he hasn't had a great deal of trouble breaking Novak's serve, but he's had trouble holding serve.
That's sweet. I agree, Darren, but most of those matchups you're talking about 2-3 years ago when Djokovic's serve wasn't the weapon it is now.
Correct.
I don't think you could expect to break him a lot tonight, that's for sure.
Well, they played at the US Open, and that was an interesting match. That was one where Stan actually walked off the court, down a couple of sets and a break in the third.
A retirement for somewhat mysterious reasons. That atmosphere played on Armstrong with almost no fans and no atmosphere. Not like tonight.
Also, the other night, guys, I'm telling you, against Querrey, I mean, Stan's about 6 feet tall. I mean, he was consistently hitting his serve in the high 130s. I mean, he has a lot of pop on that serve.
He's pressing, definitely pressing. A lot of unforced errors and balls that he hasn't missed the entire tournament.
No, just 3 doubles, Darren, in 3 matches. Now 2 already tonight in this set.
A little bit maybe because Stan's standing so close to return that second serve. Normally he's a long way back and likes a little more time to take a big swing on the return. So small change of tactic from Stan.
Big return.
Djokovic is challenging the call.
He's challenging.
Left baseline. Ball was called in.
This is much better returning than we've seen from Stan against Djokovic. On the fat of the line.
Boy,
how about this?
If you're in Stan's camp, you have to be pretty happy at the moment.
Chance for a double break lead in the opening set. Wawrinka up to the challenge. A start that not even he could have imagined. Up 2 breaks on Novak. How do you do? Rod Laver Arena is buzzing because Djokovic came in overwhelming form. 10 straight wins over Wawrinka. Most of them pretty routine, but you like the adjustments that Wawrinka has made and the aggression he's shown.
I love the way that he's treating Novak's second serve as it's a short ball, maybe the best opportunity in a rally. He's going after it. He's standing up. Stan's also one of those players that you can really get a sense for his body language early in a match, and he can get it quite mopey on the court. And obviously, as we said, these first 4 or 5 games are really important for him to show positive body language, and he's been doing that.
Darren, also, it looks like Stan has come out with a plan, and he has a real sense of calmness for me. You know, he got that second break. There was no fist pump, and, you know, he's pretty focused and playing aggressive tennis.
Even that net cord skips up to it quickly and goes around the post.
Stan's on fire.
He sure is.
Even Roger would be pretty happy with this one.
Thank you.
Novak says, what's going on here? Has he got Novak rattled or just confused a little bit?
No, rattled for sure. It's impressive performance in this opening set from Stan, and also some unforced errors that you don't normally see from Novak. And he's been pressing and doesn't normally come into net with balls just hanging on the forehand side. So he's guessing a little bit as to what to do here.
Hey, if I'm Stan, the 6 games I just played, I'm not sure I'd just go change sticks right there. I'd say, let me stay with that one a little longer.
See in the camp there's Severin Luthi, the man who's so often in Roger Federer's box, Swiss Davis Cup captain.
Severin worked with Stan throughout the month of December when Roger was across playing that South American tour, so they spent a good 4 weeks together. And Severin's helped him lots of times.
Challenge from Novak with the backhands that were catching the line the first 3 rounds, just sort of sliding a little bit outside the court tonight so far. By about a millimeter.
Love 15. Djokovic has no challenge remaining. Let's for service.
There's a look at Severin Luthi, the Swiss Davis Cup captain, that's of course done some great work with Roger Federer over the years, and also helps all the Swiss players, and certainly in Stan's camp tonight.
Mr. Federer is not in the box certainly, but he may be watching.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Pulling for Stan for many reasons.
So is Stan doing a little bit like what Tsonga did last year? Is he traveling most of the year like with no coach?
It's been that way, I think, for about 12 months. Also like that backhand return, Brad. I know that we speak about Stan just pushing that backhand return back off the slice, but that one, he's really going after the slice. There's something on it. It's not just sitting in the middle of the court.
There's no doubt that's the weakest part of his game, and he's cracking it tonight.
Can he break Djokovic for a third time in the set?
He should go after this second serve. That's the one that gets him in trouble. You see that there, just got out of his strike zone, and he doesn't get much on it because he's not taking a big swing at that returner serve. It sits in the middle of the court, and he gets hurt on that first shot. That's the one that primarily he stayed away from tonight.
And now Wawrinka, shockingly, a set point. A chance to break Djokovic for the third time in a row. After Novak went 3 rounds without being broken once. The most surprising 25 minutes of the Australian Open so far, by far. First set to Wawrinka, a lot of work to do, but a promising start for the big underdog.
Welcome back to the Australian Open 2013, presented by Franklin Templeton Investments.
Just a shocking opening set. There's the Djokovic camp. Marian Vita, his coach, in the white hat. They're a guy so dominant, unbreakable through 3 rounds. A guy that he had dominated, Darren. What are they thinking right now?
A little bit stunned, I'm sure, because Novak's beaten him the last 10 times in a row, and I'm sure they didn't expect Stan to come out and be this aggressive and believe in himself this much. But it's good to see, because we all know Stan is a great talent, and it's been that belief that he's lacked on the big stage that's held him back a little bit. But may have passed the first test, but you know the next test is about to come here in these first couple of games.
Absolutely.
Novak will step it up.
A lot of work to do. It's just 1 set, but it has to give him plenty of belief.
And Stan will be serving with new balls. I tell you, Djokovic was looking up at his box, you know, kind of, you know, trying to get them to maybe rev up a little bit. There was some long faces in that box.
BG, if I told you that he's still 77-23 in majors when losing the first set.
That's crazy.
It is crazy.
I don't know, man. We got to do a pulse question about, what are Stan's chances of winning the match now?
Not a bad idea.
All of those for me good misses. The times he stepped up and gone for the forehand, and he's missed quite a few. Sometimes he can go into his shell a little bit because it's not really the way he wants to play, but I feel like that's good stuff from Stan. Keep encouraging that type of tennis.
And after that serve, 134. Pushed way behind the court. Nadal got him in the 3rd set at the Wimbledon final in 2011 after Novak was up 2-1.
Smart. That's the first time Djokovic put a couple little air on some forehands.
And he pushed Wawrinka back, didn't he, Darren?
You know, because he's been hitting them hard and flat, and about 2-3 of them there with a lot more air.
Creates a couple of break opportunities to perhaps reverse momentum. Yep, 4 mistakes from Wawrinka, a couple of them forced, but Djokovic breaks right away. Well, it was a tremendous start for the Swiss, moving well, returning well.
Yeah, I thought his second serve returns were excellent as well. Got on top of the points really quickly, sending a big message to Novak that anything you leave short, I'm going to be a little more aggressive tonight. This is probably the best point of the match so far. Long rally finished with Wawrinka's favorite shot, the backhand.
And that one around the net post.
But as we said, Novak is expected to come out and be a different player in the early games of the second set, and it's up to Stan to really dig deep, put that first set behind him, and start the match again.
Djokovic again tonight, losing his footing and kind of shrugs to his box.
I've never seen him slip this much before, not even on clay, Chris.
Well, these courts being worn in a little bit more with every round and not quite as gritty this year to begin with. They really haven't seen this kind of stuff the first 3 rounds. That could be tricky there. You roll an ankle with that kind of slip. Is it the slightly cooler conditions at night, do you think?
I have no idea, to be honest.
That's another great point for Wawrinka. He's thinking clearly out there, isn't he?
Straight away from the first shot, no indecision about what he's attempting to do, and hammered that second serve and then hammered the first backhand down the line.
And Darren, you said exactly, that's been the commitment, is hammering that second serve return and committed to playing offense. I think the slower conditions are really helping Stan at the moment.
Boy, the way the boys are hitting the ball, it doesn't feel like it's awfully slow out there.
This is a surprise. You figure Novak's going to make a big push, gets the break right away to start the set. And 3 chances for Wawrinka to break right back and break Djokovic for a 4th consecutive time. It's the first time Djokovic has saved a break point tonight. Stan had been 3 for 3.
I wonder when the last time he has potentially been broken 4 times in a row.
Much less at a major.
Second set.
It's been so long since Novak's been in trouble. Small amount of trouble. It's best of 5s. There's certainly no reason to panic, but against a lesser player like this, we've seen it against Roger or Andy or Rafa at times, but against someone like Stan, just wonder what would be going through his head at the moment.
If I told you Wawrinka's going to break Djokovic 4 times in a row, what kind of odds would you give me on that tonight?
Whatever you wanted. You may have the keys to my house right now. Have we taken that bet?
It's a nice house. I'll take them.
500 to 1, at least.
You're not quite feeling it. You're making quite a few unforced errors. You go back to what you know best, and that's using your legs. And you can see the last couple of points, Novak's done that. He's slipped a little bit more behind the baseline. He's trying to keep a few more balls in play. You do run the risk, though, that Stan's going to make you do most of the running.
Never slipped. Novak, he can't keep his footing at all.
That's unbelievable that he just got that return back as he was slipping.
Got jammed, and as he tried to move back toward that ball, which was out, lost his footing for about the 6th time tonight.
Challenge the call on the right near side line. Ball was called out. Second service.
No, he's not even feeling that. He's trying to do what Brad was talking about, giving the ball a little bit of air on the forehand side, but hasn't quite found his timing. And full credit has to go to Stan.
Saw all those beautiful forehands that he hit against Harrison. So forceful, dictating. One forehand winner so far tonight. One.
See the body rotation there, Chris, as well, really pulling off the ball and trying to give the ball extra spin to keep control of it.
That is a huge wide serve.
121 BG. Djokovic didn't read it. Huge to pull from 15-30 now to game point.
Darren, the other night when I was sitting courtside watching Stan, did you used to think, I thought he threw the toss more behind his head on the first serve, more
a little
of a
more,
kick,
yep.
And now it seems like it's more in front of him.
Yeah, he doesn't, it's not a real fluid action, his serve. It's a lot of muscle involved. I feel like he muscles that first serve, so every mile per hour that he generates, it's a strong boy.
Djokovic defending. Great stuff. And it had to be great.
Yeah. I thought Stan was holding this forehand to see whether or not he was going to pull this back to Novak's forehand, because Novak guessed. He moved on that inside-out forehand, and that's threading the needle. Beautiful.
Break point. Deep, bold second serve.
Brad's right, though. That ball toss is further out in front on that first serve, and that's maybe where you're seeing those extra 5 or 6 miles per hour on the first serve. The second serve looks normal, but he's actually going after the second serve more tonight.
That was a huge second serve.
111.
Serving, but Wawrinka certainly is. Jammed him again.
And you know what the most impressive thing is, that because of the weight of shot Stan has, if he gets the short ball, you see Novak having to guess. He doesn't have to do that very often. Normally he can hold, see which way the ball's going, and then move. Stan's overpowering him.
Again, the serve came right at Djokovic.
Oh, that's the biggest serve I've seen from him. That was what, 138?
Yeah.
138?
Yeah.
Gah.
But it came back.
Advantage Wawrinka.
136, Brad, on that. Whatever he's done with the ball toss to beef it up is working. And I think the adrenaline's probably playing a role too.
Sure is.
This would be big to get this hole for Wawrinka. That's a strong hole. But off a break point. In front in the second set. Now for the first time.
2-1. Second set, and by 1 set to love.
Traction, one of Novak's many issues tonight, so he goes to a pair of shoes that looks a little bit more worn in. You can see that he changes the orthotics. Put that old pair, or the new pair, whatever it was, aside. It wasn't a pair that wasn't working.
They won't be going back on his feet tonight.
This is just puzzling.
Yeah, well, that one off the Melbourne side, you can sort of understand. This one here was very surprising. That's just normally putting his left foot down and completely lost his footing. Actually, that one was a little bit dangerous.
It's not the first time we've ever seen him complain about his footing. His footwork is so fast and his movement's so explosive, but he hasn't had any hint of problem at this tournament so far.
No, the French Open last year, he was having quite a few problems, and that was on clay and a number of years ago at Wimbledon as well, if you remember.
Yep.
Wait, please.
These moths can be pesky. Oh, Wawrinka anticipated. He was right there.
Novak eased off on that forehand.
Look at the difference. I mean, the shocking numbers tonight. Less than half of his first serve points won, and 23%. 3 of 13 on second serve.
47% first serve points won. That's stunning, considering Stan's return of serve. It's not great. Has been great tonight.
You have to believe those numbers are going to come up. Broken his last 4 service games. I think the importance of Wawrinka getting that hold last game there and to be ahead in this set so he can take cuts like that.
Absolutely. He makes it 5 in a row, Chris. You can have the keys to my car as well.
I've never seen him play better tennis than this. I mean, this is amazing stuff right now.
How long can Wawrinka keep it up is the question, obviously.
It's been a little bit like the Ferrer match early when he was playing Nishikori, that the times that Novak ran around the backhand to unload on the forehand, which is what he wants to do, he's leaving too much court open for Wawrinka, and he's hurting him with that one shot to the open court.
He's
hurting him with pace.
2 break points for a 5th consecutive break of serve.
14.
Darren, I never thought I would ask you this question early in the match, but what adjustments are Novak going to have to start making to turn this match around?
Yeah, it's a really good question. Like maybe just hammer a little more at the forehand of Stan on the first serve. It's returning so well on the backhand, but as we said, he hasn't used the body serve really at all for the entire tournament.
Wawrinka challenging the call. The left fast side line. What was called out?
They need to look to take the backhand down the line just a little bit quicker, Brad. Get Stan moving to the forehand side. Now it's on the line, everything going Stan's way.
Replay points.
So still break point.
Too good.
Wawrinka. He takes Djokovic's biggest serve of the night, gets it back, takes a rip, and has broken the two-time champion 5 straight times.
There goes the Ford Explorer.
That was absolutely peppered, that backhand.
But again, that first serve, I know it was his biggest first serve of the match, but straight into the slot, the backhand side of Stan. He doesn't struggle so much on that backhand side. It's a little more to the forehand, so maybe Novak has to readjust this service direction.
15 long.
You can't go backhand to backhand with Stan when he's playing like this. I thought I would never say that about Novak, his backhand being so good, but Stan is just ripping that thing up the line.
I mean, to say that he's in fuego would be an understatement. This is absolutely mind-boggling what's going on.
30
How long
long.
could this guy stay in the zone? Another set and a half?
Well, we are entering new territory with Stan, so sit back and enjoy it.
Novak hoping that the guy comes crashing back to earth soon, or he's going to be down 2 sets to love. Everything just where he's aiming it.
Stan also really going hard at the forehand on Novak on the return of serve. Look on the ad side, the amount of yellow dots down the middle, straight to Novak's forehand. And Novak's pushing a lot of those returns back into play. It's allowing Stan to unload on that first shot.
Thank you.
Good return from Djokovic.
Yeah, it's the first time he's hit it.
Fourteen, 15.
There he's been going at that forehand side, trying to pull Wawrinka that corner. He's gotten a few more errors out of him.
He's up 6-1, 3-1, and he's been going to the well with his serve down the middle on the ad court. No real reason to change it just yet.
Big point from 40 love to 40-30. And that is a big help because Djokovic was digging in there. Instead, 4-1.
Second set by 1 set to love.
Why new? This O's for only fund. Start with financing.
Usually it's a Djokovic opponent that sort of feels like it's out of his hands. How many times have you seen Djokovic on a court the last 2.5 years where you feel like maybe what he's got isn't enough? It's out of his hands.
Very, very rarely. And even against Federer or Nadal, you still feel like it's up to him. He's got enough. He's got the power. Sometimes it might be Nadal wearing him down, or Federer playing that slice backhand and getting him out of his comfort zone and ripping through him pretty quickly. But look at that. That's surprising to me.
57% of you think the upset will happen.
Are you one of those 57% right now?
It's just hard to pick against Djokovic.
Brad?
I'm starting to believe in Wawrinka right now. I mean, I like his chances.
If he breaks him here for a sixth time in a row.
Gets up 2-0.
Come on, if he breaks him here, I'm taking the headphones off and just walking home. And 6 in a row, that's surely never happened to him in his professional career.
You better drop and do 20.
I'll give you 50, Brad.
But Chris, what your first thought leads to seeing the scoreline, if you hadn't seen it, is like, you know, Novak would be playing terrible. I don't think that he's playing terrible.
Yeah, or injured or something. You would never believe that a healthy Djokovic could lose 10 of 12 games to start a match.
(40-15).
Handled that body serve well. Do you think Novak's having a debate with himself there? And should I amp it up, be a little more forceful, or do I pull back and rely on my defense? Is he struggling with the tactics?
I think so. I think because of the way Stan is playing, he's struggling to find that comfort zone. And we talk about that so much in tennis, that safety zone players like to go to, where they know that they're not going to get hurt. But at the moment, Stan's hurting him from every position in the court.
Djokovic.
And the streak of breaks of the Djokovic serve is stopped at 5.
A couple of the legends in the stadium tonight. Wimbledon champion Goran Ivanisevic, and just above him in the purple shirt with the glasses on, Patrick Cash. Also the 1987 Wimbledon champion. Played a couple of great finals in slams, and one of them here in 1988, the very first year they ever played at Melbourne Park, losing a thrilling 5-set match to Mats Wilander.
Goran's in the seniors event. I saw him in the practice courts earlier today. He can still thump the serve.
Love 15.
I like to monitor social media. Wawrinka, one of the top trending topics. You just sense right now, Darren, this is one of those moments when he's going to have to hold on because Djokovic is making a push. And a few more mistakes now off Stan's racket.
Yeah, just needs a little help with a couple of big first serves to force some errors. He's pressing from a little too far back behind the baseline there.
Yeah, that backhand line wasn't there. He was kind of falling backwards.
Novak has the look. There you go. That nice wide serve.
15-13.
Took something off.
And Chris, not very often that you can confuse Novak with serve with. That wasn't that much pace. I mean, he definitely has got, you know, his attention way he's moving around the box.
Maybe the ball toss is different for the returner as well. You guys have spotted it. Harder for him to pick up, perhaps?
Yeah, maybe.
He just winds up. Haymaker, one-handed backhand.
Well, he won this point 5 times right from that first serve. A stick save that lands pretty much just on the line or just inside the line. And from there, Stan just started unloading a barrage of big groundies. That's a bad miss.
It's not there tonight, that forehand.
Yep. Rarely misses that. A little bit stuck in the mud there with his feet and didn't move up to the forehand and reaching for that one.
Yeah, he didn't create space on that middle, and he, kind of reached it, that forehand.
How big would this be again for Wawrinka from love 30? Now a game point. Ooh, right in his kitchen.
Off the net. Brad, that caught the tape.
Yeah, caught the tape a little bit. That was the very first time that he went to a slow first serve. That was about 105-mile-an-hour first serve. Kind of a strange first serve. Yeah, just grazed the tape.
Advantage Wawrinka.
Still has a grip on this second set.
Wawrinka wins by 5 games to 2. Second set. And by 1 set to love.
Wawrinka's last win against Djokovic. Darren, you clearly recall the match in Vienna in 2006 when Novak was a teenager, and Wawrinka got him 3-3, right?
No.
That was the last time. 10 straight losses to Djokovic. Only played once before in a major, and that was an emphatic Djokovic win at the U.S. Open last year. Serving to stay in the set. Because of the greatness of Djokovic and his ability to fight, worth remembering it's still just a 1-break lead in the set.
Lots of deep breaths from Novak, and normally when he's struggling, you see him hold a constant conversation with his camp, with Marion Vida, and you see a lot of frustration in his game. But I think he's a little bit stunned tonight from what he's seeing from Stan. You can see his mind just ticking over, trying to work this out.
And Darren, I've watched the dynamic. I mean, he's only looked over to them when he's been on the changeover. He hasn't muttered one time to his box at all.
No, comfortable hold for Djokovic, and now Wawrinka will serve for a 2-set lead.
Darren, you think he gets it done, or he feels a little nerves here for Stan?
Well, he's got a long way to go, but this may be one of the biggest service games he's had in his career. Trying to extend this lead to a 2-set lead against Novak, because you saw that little skip back to the baseline from Novak. He will throw the kitchen sink to break serve here.
Yep, right from the first point. That's just outrageous defense, but Wawrinka again has the answer.
Are you kidding?
How about that gap?
Unbelievable.
That deep lob up.
Unbelievable.
That's just better offense to the defense.
That lob landed a few inches inside. And then the run around forehand. Little luck doesn't hurt.
13 long. .13-15.
Spoken a lot about that calmness and that composure that Novak has shown in the last couple of years when he's been tested and when he's had his back up against the wall, and seeing some of that right now.
Wawrinka having to rely on second serves. The last one wasn't very good. Short and in the forehand wheelhouse. As you go for a big first serve, take a little something off there, and that's what he's thinking about now.
Yep. Big decision, because the slider out wide to the forehand's been a good one for him.
Thank you. Right, please.
Wasn't a timid second serve.
That was 110.
But boy, does he need a first serve here. Djokovic a chance to turn around this set.
He got a little tight on that forehand. Didn't move his feet.
He's making this very hard on himself in this game by missing first serves. 4 in a row. Djokovic right back in this thing. On serve.
By 5 games to 4, second set. By 1 set to love.
So many times since Djokovic become one of the top players in the world, we've seen moments like this. No panic. Sort of digs in. He's got the break back.
He's got new balls. You see him stretch a little bit. He chowed down a banana on that changeover as well.
He's prepared for the long haul now, BG?
Yeah, I believe so.
Stan has to shake off that game. We'll see if that opportunity to go up 2 sets when the first serve abandoned him is costly.
And if he was able to shake off that loss of serve and break serve for the set, that may even be more impressive going into the 3rd set.
Djokovic is challenging the call on the
I think
service
he
line.
missed it.
What was called out?
Yeah, it was long.
Second service.
Yeah, Wawrinka hesitated, didn't know whether to make it a forehand or a backhand, and it cost him.
What a great second
Djokovic
serve.
has 2 challenges remaining. Third 15.
Straight games, and 5-2 to 5-all.
5 games all, second set.
And the mojo's back.
Yeah.
Djokovic jumping around.
Yeah, if you're sitting in the coach's box of Stan at the moment, these are the worst times because Novak's got the momentum. He's got that look, that clarity about what he needs to do. And we saw that from a couple of games ago. Goes into this state of calmness when he's got that back up against the wall.
We think that his position to return the serve, the crouch gets even a little deeper in these games, and he really digs in. We asked him about that. He wasn't sure, but...
And for me also, it's a little bit of that nervous frustration that comes out of his game when he's talking to Marion Varga and arms are going everywhere. And obviously he's not happy with the way he's playing, but we're not seeing any of that at all tonight. So he knows exactly what he needs to do. It's a matter of doing it. Correction.
Bad call. That ball was in the air about a foot before it landed. She called it.
The other thing Novak knows is that a lot of players do have problems putting these top players away. And he would have known that Stan would have become a little bit nervous serving for that second set at 5-3.
No. Djokovic gave him nothing with a cross court, but that's a tough redirect.
15-all.
And this is the first time now, because we're starting to see Stan misfire a little bit when he wasn't doing that. And for me, now, the way this set is played out, I think Stan has to win this set if he's going to win, you know, has any chance to win this match.
And it's a big difference of misfiring when you have the balance and you're ready to take the shot, but also misfiring when you're reaching for something. There's a big difference there as well.
The first serve certainly misfiring. Nope. Digging in on defense. Shrinking the court.
This is where he needs to keep positive, Stan, because shoulders can slump, the racket comes out of his hand for the first time, and these are the moments that he can get down on himself pretty quickly. Needs to pick it up right here.
And shoes number 2 seem to be stopping the slipping.
Good point. Stan has to be thinking, uh-oh. I've seen this Novak before. And this guy is hard to beat. Djokovic just not missing. Break chances for a 6-5 lead.
Great stuff from Wawrinka.
30-40.
Heavy forehands wide, and Stan got out there and got enough on those shots to force the error. Anything short and hanging, Novak would have stepped in and thumped that forehand down the line. Really good tennis.
The last forehand from way off the corner of the court. Still break point. Second serve, 93 miles an hour.
I think that might have been his weakest second serve.
Oh, for sure it was, yeah. So the changeup.
And Novak was in front of it and mishit it as well. You could see he put a hand on his face. How could I do that?
It was Wawrinka yelling out. He knows the challenge being thrown at him by Djokovic right now. Wawrinka taking a long time. Get some air back in the lungs.
Yeah, he's working the shot clock good here.
Third chance for a 6-5 lead. Djokovic will serve to level this match at a set apiece. Djokovic, a little more banana, shot a look to his right, down at Stan. That was a moment. Djokovic breaking through there in that game in his third break opportunity. After missing an earlier break point with an easy return that he couldn't get back in play. And now we'll see if he coolly serves this out. If you're just joining us, Djokovic has been broken 5 times tonight, but he's got it under control latter part of this set.
15 love.
I think it's safe to say that Wawrinka has fallen out of that zone that he was in for a set and a half. Wawrinka's been messing with his right foot, Brad. You see that over there?
Yeah, he sure is. And, you know, you were talking about the zone. He's about to enter the mind zone, the thinking about what I had, which is the toughest one for a tennis player to overcome.
Which you think will carry over to the third set?
100%.
I'm working with two guys that talked themselves out of more wins. What could have been if you could have ignored set results like that.
30-15.
It's a tough thing to do. This one is not done just yet.
No, it's not.
Forehand down the line again from Novak. It's like he just throws it down the line from a heavy ball cross court from Stan. It's not an easy shot.
Djokovic from 2-5 down. Chance to take the set right here. 2 set points. Set that featured a shoe change. The shoe definitely on the other foot now. Best of 3 for a spot in the quarterfinals coming up. If you're just joining us, good morning. in the East Coast. That is a surprising score in the first set, isn't it? Wawrinka out of his mind. He broke Djokovic 1.5 consecutive times. Novak had not been broken the entire tournament. But boy, when Wawrinka served for that second set at 5-3, Darren, and Djokovic got that look in the eye, and he dug in, and Stan missed a lot of first serves. The whole thing seemed to turn around.
Yeah, the first serve for Stan in the first couple of sets was so good, and he was getting ahead in the points, and he came onto the court with a real strategy to go after Novak's second serve. But any ball that was left hanging in the middle of the court, Stan was playing really offensive tennis. Changed a little bit. Full credit to Novak. He cut out some of those unforced errors, and as you said, gets that look in his eyes when he's pushed up his back up against the wall, decides not to miss. He goes back to using his legs, still plays offensive tennis, and he actually pushed Stan well behind the baseline, made him do more of that running. And you know what? It happens in here so often. You have a chance to not put away a guy, but certainly give yourself a great advantage, and we all tighten it up. Tighten up. It's just normal for all of us when we're playing one of these great players to do it. And I thought that Stan did tighten up slightly.
Especially since he lost to him 10 times in a row. But Wawrinka has taken a little break off the court, so a chance to look back at some of the highlights if you did join us late. An incredible start. A barrage of huge backhands and forehands from Wawrinka, and Novak looked rattled.
Yeah, he certainly did, and he was doing a lot of running in the first set, but it was backhands like this that Stan was hitting from shots where you felt like Novak was safe, but Stan was unloading on both the forehand and the backhand, which you know is a great shot.
6-1. Again, period late in the first set, early in the second set when he broke them 5 times in a row. But then the break of serve back. And this is set point just moments ago. So Wawrinka is no longer in the zone, Darren. We see the stats, and they've been rising for a while there. Djokovic was under 50% on first serves, way down to the 20s on second serve points won. So now Wawrinka comes out serving to open this third set. If you're coaching him, what do you say?
Well, this is all about the mind. This is about the belief for Stan coming out here and making sure that you realize the type of tennis you played for the last 2 sets has put you in a position to be competitive against the world #1. So no reason to back off, do anything differently than what you're doing. You have to be prepared to dig in these first 4 games of this set and fight.
I actually think it was a really smart play for him to take a little pit stop just to get a little mind clear.
All right, besides digging in and fighting him, is there something strategically that he could do, or is it just...
I still think the
swing
backhand
away?
down the line is a huge shot for him. He didn't have many opportunities to do it in the last 4 or 5 games because Novak's ball became a little bit heavier. You see he's trying to hit that backhand down the line, but losing a little bit of direction, but partly because Novak's putting on more on his.
I also thought he would, to get the lead, he was going after the forehand. I think that's what surprised Novak. I think he's got to go back to doing that.
Wawrinka considering a challenge.
Wawrinka challenging the call on the left near line. What was called that?
Let's face it, the more rallies he has to play with Djokovic, the more likely he is to lose points. That did catch the line, so it's an ace. So just making serves. I mean, it's so basic. It's how every point starts, Darren. But he got himself into trouble when he couldn't make first serves in that crucial game at 5-3.
And that's the other big adjustment that Novak's made. He stopped pushing that forehand return on the ad side, just placing it back into the court and getting hurt on that first shot from Stan. Novak's really going after that first return now. Might be time for Stan to start mixing up the service direction on the ad court.
That split cross-court backhand we've seen so many times.
That was absolutely perfect. He read the serve and read the approach.
Here's an immediate test for Wawrinka to start the third set at break point.
got to get up.
First game, first set.
He's up.
Incredible. It's one of the few times in the match so far he's become really excited and given some big fist pump to his camp, which hasn't been on their feet too much. Marion Vida's been pretty cool throughout this entire first 2 sets. This was different here. That deserved it.
He was like a hockey goalie, just blanketing the net, point blank, and I think that just took the life out of Stan right there. He's kind of looking at him like, are you kidding me?
Somehow you knew when he got that second smash back and the lob was deep, he was going to win the point, right? I mean, Stan's got to be thinking that too, right?
Exactly. Sorry, Brad, go ahead.
I was going to say this tournament's all been about offense for the first 3 matches for Novak. Now it's his defense that this is his trademark. Let's turn this match around.
Yep.
Thank you.
Stan's got to avoid getting negative, doesn't he, Darren? This has been the pattern in the past.
Yeah, Chris, you are 100% correct. We've seen it time and time with Stan that if things start to get away from him, they can get away from him really quickly. And regardless if he wins or loses this match, we just want to see him really put in these early games here and keep the fight coming to Novak.
30 long.
This has the makings of a 6-1 set. It just, this is where the mind, you know, you just have to just free yourself of that last set. It's just so difficult.
Yeah, the last set and then the last point of your first service came when all those balls kept coming back. Well, you're right there, and this will be very quickly 2-love, and then it could become 3 and 4-love if Stan's not careful. We're going to check with our broadcast after this game. We're going to see if the 57% who thought that Stan was going to pull the upset, what has that number shrunk to at this point?
About 2.
12.
I'm going to say about 98-2.
Single figures?
Okay,
Yes.
we'll see.
Yeah, single figures.
You guys go south so quickly. Just because you got negative in your play. Yeah, 31%. Now, I don't know how many of those voted after the set and then the break a second ago.
Let's give us 5 minutes. Let's do this one again.
That 30%, 31%, I'm stunned.
The 31% have the kind of belief you two didn't have when you played.
That's why we continue to lose these matches.
Brad, if you'd once believed against Lendl, if you'd once had the belief.
I won 519 matches. I won a few.
Nice comeback here from Stan. Okay, Brad, the fact you even know how many matches you won is a little bit scary.
I was gonna say that. Do you know how many you lost?
288.
He could throw any number, we wouldn't know.
Well, somebody will check, don't worry.
Here's a moment, an opportunity for Wawrinka. Didn't see that coming.
This would be a humongous re-break from 40-love.
Also, Novak's taken a little pace off that first serve in the last half a dozen service game, and that first serve percentage is creeping up. Of course, Stan for the first set and a half was going after every second serve return.
Let's the service.
Excellent effort.
You guys think that Djokovic took his Hand off the throw.
That was a gift.
No, I'm not taking anything away from Stan. He hung in there and he played a good game. He didn't give up there, and I give him full credit for that. That was well earned.
That was a gift. Remember, he had the throwaway drop shot at the 40-15 point. Couple of loose errors you don't see from Novak there. And he's like, I had a chance to put the hammer down.
From that big reaction after the break a few minutes ago, different expression.
That's for service.
And if it was a gift or a series of them, we'll see if Wawrinka can build on it.
You see that hold? That's why you love watching Novak play, because Stan held the forehand and Novak didn't guess either way. He waited to commit to see. Watch here, right here. Gets in the position, hits the split step, and doesn't guess, and then moves once he sees the ball going. That's some serious speed to be able to do that.
Most guys would have to choose a side.
You have to pick one side or the other.
Outrageous return, and then a little luck when the ball hit the tape, but Wawrinka escapes.
Let's for service.
A lot of points like that in the opening set.
And that's when he's most dangerous, Chris, is when he commits to moving through the ball with his weight. You see, after he hits that ball, his weight is moving into the court, and that's when he hits his best backhands. Also gives him the option, if he wishes to come forward and close the net, you can do that.
Yeah, like this. Yes, like this.
Different sort of balance there, Darren, falling away from the court.
This match sort of has a little bit of the sense of what Bernie Tomic was up against Federer last night, in the sense that once he got down, you just want to see a great commitment to the effort and running out the match. And as we've said, that Stan, over the course of time, over his career, has lacked that at times.
And such a difference on Stan's backhand when he does pull the trigger, when he's, you know, inside the court or on the baseline, and sometimes he pulls the trigger, he's 3-4 feet behind the baseline. That's when he gets into trouble.
You have to be happy with Stan's positive energy here as well.
the big guys, when they do give you an opening, Djokovic in the last game, can you step up and seize it on serve in the third? Sunday night, Tennis Channel is on at 7 o'clock Eastern Time. Our window in ESPN2 is at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Day session featuring matches like Tsonga Gasquet, Murray's match in there, a big favorite.
Yeah.
The depleted Simone for sure. The night session, or 3 a.m. Eastern Time, begins with Serena against Maria Kirilenko. And then it's Roger Federer and Milos Raonic on this court 24 hours from now.
Please.
I think a big one tomorrow is the two French guys. I think Gasquet, Tsonga.
Yeah.
15 love.
I think that's the most open match of the day.
Yeah, Gilles Simon doesn't like that matchup against Andy anyway. Doesn't have a great record against him. So especially coming off that monster match against Monfils, it's going to be tough to see him backing that one up physically. Raonic and Federer should be interesting. They played a couple of tough matches. Court's a touch quicker here.
Brad gave Milos a 10% chance of winning.
I'm going to up that.
Look at beauty.
I'll tell you, that reprieve from the 40 love has given Stan a lot of life, because this set you felt like was going to get away from him. Now he's back mentally, and he's put that set behind him, and a lot of positive energy.
So the backhand winner count, the forehand winner count is more surprising. 8-2 for Wawrinka. Novak still with just 2 forehand winners.
This is one of these rare matches where the winners are less than the unforced errors, but the tennis has been outstanding.
Yep.
The other thing to remember, Chris, and we spoke about this when Novak played Radek Stepanek in the previous round, is that sometimes when you're playing someone who is so uncomfortable to play, so unorthodox, that it does take you a little bit of time to find your rhythm. And maybe that contributed a little bit to Novak being out of sorts in that first set. I don't want to take anything away from the way Stan played, but Stepanek is a completely different type of player.
You say Stepanek ruined him for the first set. Oh, Djokovic hesitated. He thought it was going to float long, and it drops in.
I think that parked right on the line.
Quite often you find these guys, when they play players like Stepanek, they'll actually head straight to the practice court to rediscover the rhythm straight away.
Kind of after they played Brad, too.
Boy, Brad's taking a hammering tonight.
He showed up unexpectedly.
He had a night off.
Exactly.
It's a gorgeous backhand.
DG, you know it's done with love. You've taught me so much tennis. I mean, it's done with love.
Absolutely. Tell you, Stan's back.
Yeah, he is. He's not making this a comfortable service game for Djokovic. If he could get the break here, regain momentum, how big would that be? Pretty.
Oh, that's exquisite.
Advantage Djokovic.
He slid into this volley so impressively. I couldn't slide like that on clay.
It's amazing how the change of shoes, Brett, as you pointed out, he hasn't slipped once with this different pair. return that's gotten Wawrinka in trouble in previous matchups against Novak. That hack return puts him on the defensive right away. All right, Brad, approaching the 2-hour mark in another dozen minutes. Some physical points here. Give us your take from courtside. How are these guys looking physically?
Physically, I think both guys are fine. It's pretty cool. I think it's a little bit mental, that set, the carryover. But physically, I think both guys can go 4 hours easy. Well, maybe I'm selling Novak short. We know he can go 6 hours, so we know he can go a long time. I'll say 3:47 is about probably around Stan's breaking point.
Stan can go a long time as well. He's a fit man.
Yeah, he's a bull.
I'm not saying when they got to drop over, but when the movement comes off just a little bit, then it's a problem.
30 love.
None yet. That serve was hammered out wide.
Now, Brad, when he was playing Sam Querrey the other day, you were watching, you're doing your courtside reporting, and Sam tweeted you afterward, what did you think of the match? And you answered him, and then he answered you back, and he said, I saw you yawning. I saw you yawning at my match. Ha, 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 on Twitter. You're not yawning tonight, I don't think.
And you know what? He's been looking at me on the changeover, so I have a game face on.
Kind of like the unofficial coach down there, Brad. He doesn't have a coach. Well, he's been helped by Severin Luthi, obviously, the Swiss Davis Cup captain.
Wawrinka challenging the call, the left-hand side line.
If he keeps looking, I think he should just start yawning. Just start yawning every time he looks over.
Well, he didn't know that I watched 5 sets of Beneteau and Tipsarevic before. So I was on the court 8 straight sets.
13-15.
Stan's management has reached out to Brad many occasions to see whether or not Brad would look after Stan.
Brad?
Well, that's a statement, not really a question.
That is a truism.
Missed it. Not to get in your business, but what would be the thought process behind accepting a gig like that, or not?
Well, you know, I had just started to work with Sam Querrey, and you know, it was just timing a little bit. But you never know.
Okay. Always keep your options open as a coach, right?
Absolutely.
Ball 2-13.
There's Goran.
There's Lawrence Frankopan, also who is the agent of Stan Wawrinka, also the agent of Chrissy Evert.
That's long, and Wawrinka holds. On serve in the third.
Wawrinka leads by 3 games to 2. Third set, 1-0.
Welcome back to the Australian Open 2013, presented by Franklin Templeton Investments.
Beautiful night in Melbourne. This coming week begins the last week of summer vacation for school kids down here. And on this Sunday evening in Melbourne, this packed house in Rod Laver Arena, really enjoying this fight. Impressive by Wawrinka in this third set after losing the second the way he did, getting down a quick break, fought back.
15 love.
Challenge.
Wawrinka challenging the call on the left center service line.
Novak's not moving. He thinks it's wide.
Stan's not sure either. He's just not committing. It did miss. But not by much.
That
Second
is by a
service.
whisker.
Seen a lot of those from Novak tonight, where it sort of collapses on that second serve and drags it into the net. Really pressing for the extra miles per hour on that second serve, and partly because Stan's been so aggressive.
More doubles tonight than he had in 3 matches combined coming in.
41% of second serves won.
30-15.
And it's the old Stan forehand return to serve.
You know, he did that a lot against Sam Querrey. We haven't seen that much tonight, where he just goes right to that chip forehand return.
There's another one, and Djokovic goes right to work. Is it almost like he has to tell himself, remind himself not to do that?
Yeah, for
It's
sure.
the instinct.
He's spent so many years playing that chip return to serve that the last couple of years he's trying to be more aggressive with it. But once you get a little bit tight, when you stop the thinking process, you go back to what you know. And
does he get caught waiting with a backhand grip on?
Yeah.
Because we haven't seen that tonight. Then now 2 in a row.
And Djokovic.
3-all.
New balls, please.
I actually think, Brad, that Stan waits with a grip that's
Three
right in the
games
middle. So if he wants to come over the forehand or the backhand, he has to change it slightly. That's why a good hard first serve sees him chip not only the forehand but also the backhand side as well.
Yeah, I mean, normally when I watch Stan, he goes to the chip exclusively off the forehand and backhand side. You know, his neutral return does give him a little bit of trouble.
Long.
Sneaky move in, and that's unfortunately an easy volley he missed there. That was a gift. A really good move forward. He delayed it and got Novak to go to the slice, which floated. That's an easy put away.
Could be an expensive miss.
Djokovic has a way of making them costly. So many times tonight, Wawrinka has taken that backhand, gone back behind Djokovic effectively, and it's a small target back in that corner.
Not very often you get Djokovic to have to go to 2 consecutive chip forehands.
Bomb serve, 131, and Wawrinka stays in front in the third.
Third set, 1-0.
Darren, what impresses you most about this third set by Wawrinka?
Well, the fact that he was able to shake off the loss in the second set. If he's able to sneak this set out, I think that's more impressive than what he did in the first set. This is a strong performance mentally from Stan. We know physically he can go the distance. We know talent-wise he's got all the shots in the game, but mentally he's shown a lot tonight. A little nervous when he served for that second set, but also you have to give a lot of credit to the way Novak hung in there and fought.
And Darren, would you say mentally maybe is the biggest question mark for Stan?
Yeah, sure.
Well, that was a string of 6 games in a row that Djokovic won. 5 to close out the second set, the break to begin the third, and then that was when the turnaround that you're talking about happened.
30 love.
That was on that 40 love game that, you know, looked like, you know, Novak was going to sprint through this set.
I don't mind that miss. Making a lot of progress on that second serve. Continues to go after it. 13 from 30 Novak is on the second serve tonight, but he's taken a little pace off the first serve. Kick up that first serve percentage in this set. It's at 71%.
Game Djokovic. 4 games all. Third set.
For all the work he's done to battle back in the set, this will be a very challenging service game for Wawrinka.
Yeah, you get the feeling that Novak's going to just up the ante right here. Look at him. He's on his toes, a little skipping around. Going to get in that deep crouch right here on this first return.
Stan's done an amazing job tonight. We thought that the 9 shots or fewer stat was going to be important for him. It's at 54% for Stan, but really done a great job on those rallies that have gone over 10 shots, 50-50, and that's a wonderful performance against a player like Novak.
And 2 misses to start this game. Both guys fully aware that the pressure will be on right here at 4-all, and it's a hole Wawrinka is going to have to try to climb out of now. That's another little gift from Novak. Uncharacteristic.
Very much so.
Let's for service.
Brilliant angle from deep behind the court. Djokovic, 2 break points now.
That's why it's tough to approach cross court on Djokovic.
Yeah, nothing really wrong with the approach though, Brad, as well. And even if you go to the backhand with Novak, he gets over there with 2 hands and he's tough to approach either side. That ball was short enough though.
30-40.
You have to come forward on those. Stan committed to it, but Novak was too good, and a wonderful serve to save the first break point.
Bavrinka didn't do much wrong. It was a really bold second serve, but Novak, the answers, he'll serve for a 2-1 lead. Novak Djokovic hasn't lost a round of 16 match at any major since when? You guys know? It's been a while. He's won 22 in a row at this stage of the Grand Slam.
Already. Thank you.
What you think about it for a minute?
Wimbledon, like 2007 or 8.
You're close to around the time period, but wrong event. Great stuff from Stan.
Yeah, acknowledged from Novak.
That forehand to set up the winner.
You know what? It was a Roddick match here at the Australian Open. On the heat match.
Well, he did beat Andy Roddick in straight sets in 2011.
No, but losing to him.
No, that wasn't what we're looking for. His last loss at the stage of a major was here in Australia in 2007. Remember, he was ranked much lower then.
Federer?
Yes. Federer got him in straight sets.
That wasn't the one where he looked down the camera and said, "I'm taking you down, Roger." Is that the one? May have been. It was a young buck taking on the Federer.
If he thought he was going to take him down, he would have been mistaken that night.
That was a little bit tongue-in-cheek.
Since then, 22 in a row at this stage. Challenge from Wawrinka on the serve call. I don't know if he believes that he's already standing and waiting to receive this set point. A pair of them for Djokovic.
Wawrinka has one challenge remaining.
Both of them in the point when Djokovic's way. A break early and a break late. And it's Novak up 2-1.
Why buy new?
The 40th Australian Open Championship has a 20-year-old winner, Novak Djokovic of Serbia.
Novak Djokovic, champion down under, and no one slam wonder. Unforgettable, unmatched Grand Slam final. Nobody in the Open era has won 3 in a row. Your good friend Andre Agassi, Darren and Brad, won 3 times in a row down here. Missed
2002.
Yep.
It was a wrist injury, wasn't it, Brad?
Yeah, he was seated, I believe, very high that year and pulled out before the tournament started. That was the year that opened things up for a crazy Open where Thomas Johansson won. What, Emma won, what, 5 times? 63 to 67?
Consider the pre-Open era. Right back to thumping the ball. 45 minutes ago, Darren, we talked about Wawrinka having to recover from loss in the set, serving to open the third. Now we are in the fourth.
Exactly, Chris. The same message you delivered at the start of the third set goes to the start of the fourth set. Back to work. Work for every point. Look to take your chances. Stay positive throughout the early games of this fourth set. Stam, he's been good tonight. Really good.
I mean, mentally, just hanging in there, resilient.
Well, please.
See, to me, a big thing for Stan is about shot selection is pulling the trigger when you're close to the baseline, not over there and 4 feet behind. But he has proved to himself that he can challenge the top 3-4 guys if he plays like this.
Oh, Brad, that leads me to a trivia question. We've got 2 for you guys in this set.
Okay.
The first one coming up. Talked about facing the big 4. One of them, of course, Djokovic. Stan has lost 15 straight to those 4 guys, dating back to when? His last win over one of the big 4.
Monte Carlo. He
Federer.
Beat the Federer at Monte Carlo.
That might be a little too far back.
14-15.
That's too far back?
That's not the one we're looking for.
Yeah, it was too far back.
Yeah. There's been one since then.
No, he beat Andy Murray at the US Open.
Oh, yeah.
Correct. 2010. 15 straight losses since then. So he's had a lot of chances. That's a lot of meetings against those guys in 2.5 years.
Those are some much harder forehands from Djokovic.
Actually, one win against Djokovic was bizarre and was their first ever meeting. 6-all, ready for a tiebreak, and Djokovic retired. Remember back in the early days, he had those respiratory problems. He couldn't get his breath. It was a match in Umag, Croatia.
Wow, nice move, Stan.
S&V, and unlike the third set, when he was broken, Wawrinka holds to open the fourth. So few upsets if you take Del Potro out of it. So some excellent matchups. Ferrer 12-0 head-to-head against Almagro, including 4 times last year. And Tomas Berdych waiting the winner here.
Almagro coming into that quarterfinal nice and fresh as well with that walkover, that retirement that he got from Janko Tipsarevic. And Thomas has been sneaking through the draw. Not too much has been said about him. Going about his business quietly. But
has he played on the big court?
No, I don't think so. Played in the Hisense, but he's been in very good form, and the slightly faster conditions certainly helping his game as well.
Holy cow, our spy cam almost took a stack. Everybody's that would have been an expensive stack.
Spider cam almost had a collision up there?
Yes. It got caught like in the knot, and then it, like on a somersault, it almost came down. Stan started to misfire now, Darren, on the returns. His last few games not putting any in play.
This has sort of been the problem in the head-to-head, and more of what we expected, frankly. He returned so brilliantly to start this match.
And do you think the chip forehand now, Darren, that's a sign of nerves? Because he didn't do it for, 2.5 sets, and now all of a sudden we're seeing it quite a bit.
Yeah, I do, Brad. We mentioned before, it's maybe just going back to what he's more comfortable doing. Obviously, in that first set, everything was rolling. He wasn't feeling any pressure. Yeah, but once you start to feel that pressure, you just go back to that thing that feels a bit more comfortable for you. But he's got to push himself out of that. He's done a great job of pushing himself out of the comfort zone the entire match and being a little more aggressive and going after these returns. I actually think on the backhand side he gets away with it much better than he does on the forehand. It's more of a natural shot for him. Beautiful depth on that return of serve, keeps him at least neutral and hurts Novak with that first ball.
Is Novak getting a little impatient at that time? Check the spot of the court when that bounce came.
Please. Quiet, please. Players are ready.
First break point of this young set goes to Wawrinka, and a chance to jump to a 2-love lead. Djokovic defending the final for break point. Wow.
Why'd he try that shot killer?
I think the lungs were burning, Brad. Maybe didn't think it was going over the net, but what an effort from Novak just to get that ball back into the play. And one of the few times he's asking for his camp to really get up. It's been a subdued camp.
He said stand up for that one.
He wanted him to get up. And Djokovic was even moving forward for that drop shot.
Brad, we're showing the camp there in the Wawrinka corner. They know how costly that could be. That was for the break.
Now, I've got to say the noise coming out of Novak's camp has really been on the low side today. Normally they are very supportive and get on their feet quite often, and you can hear the encouragement they yell out, but not a great deal of that coming tonight. Maybe a little stunned from the way that Stan started off the match.
Djokovic is challenging the call. The right center service line. Ball was pulled out.
He used to do that more when he was younger. Can I ask for more, turn to the box and say, come on, but he hasn't done a lot of that lately. That did catch the line, and it's a hold of serve, fighting off a break point with that incredible defense. And Wawrinka had a little opening there.
This is going to be a very tough service game for Stan Wawrinka to hold.
You feeling the break?
Loving the body language coming from Stan tonight.
And this, Djokovic getting a little more animated, you know, looking over at his box for the first time, making a motion about what he was doing wrong there.
So far, Wawrinka up to the challenge of this service game, a 40-love lead.
One of his best service games, that's for sure. Well done. Really well done.
Continues to impress.
2 games to 1. 4-10. Djokovic 2 sets to 1.
Terrific fight, great atmosphere in here. Djokovic, of course, in the court where he's used to winning. Wawrinka, who began this event, we talked about a non-TV court, one of the small courts outside. Then he played Sam Querrey, really tough conditions, wind blowing around, and he has been energized by being inside the big house, night session, perfect conditions. Really has elevated tonight. Hanging with Djokovic, down 2 sets to 1. Guys had a good conversation with Matt Wieland, the great champion, of course, who won down here a couple times, about some quotes he'd made on the paper. When guys like Stan play the top guys, you know, Matt's just had some strong opinions about how they should approach these matches, what they should and shouldn't do. He said that far too often, Darren, guys would take the court against a Djokovic or a Federer or an Andy Murray perhaps, and he's so afraid of being embarrassed on the scoreboard that became their prime goal, just not to get crushed on a big court, so that they wouldn't try things. They would be a little afraid to step outside their comfort zone, do something different.
was toe-to-toe, cracking the ball.
15-13.
Maybe Matt's had a little chat to Stan before he walked onto the court tonight, because he has definitely been willing to try some different stuff.
That's why I brought it up. I think he's doing exactly what Wielander said a guy in his position should do, but not that many do pull off. Go big. Be different.
Ooh, that was line clipper.
Stan is challenging.
Yeah, but Brink is going to challenge. Novak had his hand raised, but
What a swing
Molina
call this is.
overruled.
Miss it, 15-40.
Yep, they did catch the line. You're right. Brink that close to having a couple break points instead 30 all.
Has 2 challenges remaining.
That's a good overrule. Novak would have challenged anyway.
Let's for service.
Oh, wow. It's been a long while since you've seen Novak miss that type of forehand. That's a costly miss.
At that.
Again, you have to grab these gifts when you're given them by a top player. Wawrinka has a break point. Forehand to forehand. And it's Wawrinka misfiring.
Just telling himself the wrong way and under too much pressure to change direction and go down the line. And it's actually doing really well in these forehand cross-court drills, these rallies.
So he was motioning himself. He thought he should have pulled the trigger earlier line on maybe the second or third one there.
Advantage Djokovic. Let's for service.
Spoken a lot about the players seemingly playing to a quicker tempo than previous Grand Slams, and 24 seconds in between points is good.
Again, Djokovic.
Djokovic fights off the break point. 2 all.
2 games over.
Monday afternoon on ESPN.
Full
NBA
session.
action on tap. The Indiana Pacers off to Memphis to meet the Grizz. An NBA special edition presented by State Farm at 1 o'clock Eastern on a holiday. Also live on the Watch ESPN app.
Let's for service.
Up too short. Novak had all the time in the world there. Could have gone either way, and that's the one that Brad was talking about. That ball that sits up and you approach cross court and there's no one really to cover. Tough to cover down the line, and cross court, so many angles open up for you. That's a fairly easy pass for Novak.
Well played. Getting back behind Djokovic. It's been a real tactic for him tonight.
Yeah, it has.
15 all. 13-15.
Reach back for that.
He did, Brad. That was 132. He hasn't had that many serves over 130 the last half hour or so.
Yeah, the speed has definitely come down about 5 to 7 miles an hour.
Yeah. That forehand, a little air on it. It just dipped down to the last split second. Djokovic again, I think for a second thought it was going to be long.
Yep.
It's
been one of the best matches that I saw Stan play in recent years mentally was when he was representing Switzerland and they played a Davis Cup match against Australia down here in Sydney on grass, and he had to go out there and play the 5th rubber, the deciding rubber against Leighton Hewitt, who's...
What year is this?
It was only a couple of years ago. It was a relegation match to get into the world group. Won that match in 4 sets.
Is that when Tommy played Federer?
That's right.
Wawrinka stays in front of the fourth.
It's by 3 games to 2. 4th set. Djokovic by 2 sets to 1.
Welcome back to the Australian Open 2013, presented by Franklin Templeton Investments.
It's a beautiful night here, kind of cool. Sweater weather for many in the crowd here, but action has been hot from the start. Swiss fans up, exhorting Wawrinka to keep fighting, and he has done exactly that for all 2.5 hours of this match.
Long.
All right, Brad, I've got a question for you to test your vast knowledge of the sport. You ready? Darren got this right earlier, so he's not eligible.
Well, I knew this.
Oh, yeah, that's
yeah, beforehand. Yeah.
Long.
We talked earlier, Wawrinka, only guy in the top 20 not to win an ATP title in 2012. There were 15 first-time finalists in ATP Tour events. That's a big number. 15 guys made their first final. Only one won it.
Yeah, this is a tricky one. I believe that he's a Slovakian Klizan.
Well done.
Correct. Now, do you know the tournament for bonus points?
God, he won like an indoor tournament like at the end of the year. Something in October.
You're too good, BG.
It was a very lean year for first-time winners, though, but he was the only one. It was somewhere indoor Europe.
St. Petersburg, yep. 3-all. That's an interesting year, though, when you get 15 guys get through to their first final, so they're playing a more experienced guy, and 14 of them lose.
In 2011, there were 10 first-time winners on tour. Just one last year.
Right.
Next for serve.
You're tough for TV trivia for 200, man. You come up with good ones.
You guys are up to it.
He's back hitting the ball a little bit like he was in that first and second. That is just peppered.
It's been a really good play for both players to go behind their opponent. You can see Stan's weight was going the wrong direction there, and a bit of a slow movement to get back to defend this one. Wawrinka's had good success doing the same thing to Novak. I wonder if Roger Federer is taking note of that heavy second serve into the body of Novak and how much success that Wawrinka is having with it, because Novak struggled with that, struggled to get out of the way and missed a lot of those backhands, but it's left a lot in the middle of the court and given Stan an opportunity to go after that first shot. And that's what Federer likes as well.
I know Paul Annacone is smiling thinking about that.
Djokovic is challenging the ball. Service line. What was called in?
He's pointing to the mark, but I think it might have caught a sliver.
Not going to check the mark. They're just going to check the Hawkeye, and it was an ace.
Djokovic has 2 challenges remaining.
I think he wanted to take that challenge back. 10 aces for Stan.
That wasn't that big of a second. That's a surprising miss.
That's a frustrating one, and Djokovic spent the whole time kind of shaking his head and muttering and looking at his camp. That missed a lot of those.
I guess they can't miss the return.
Well, better be a pretty good drop shot against this guy.
That's a misplay.
Well, he's had a couple of those decisions to make up close, and he's gone with the dropper.
Yeah, you need to slice that deep and just start the point again, because you really don't want to be coming to net on that because of Novak's passing shots. But in that uncomfortable position where you're in between what to do, just start the point again. Suck it up. Nice rebound serve again from Stan.
I mean, he's a tough guy to ace. What, maybe only Murray and Ferrer, those are the 3 toughest guys to ace?
It's 11 aces for Stan. Absolutely, Brad.
A loud roar from the Swiss. Staying in front in the fourth.
Djokovic by 2 sets to 1.
These night sessions right at this time slot, if you can get up or stay up, it should be really entertaining. This has been maybe more than many expected, and it's not done yet. Stan back there stretching, jumping around. Can he get the break here, perhaps?
He's stretching back the quads. Look at him, he's jumping around.
Is Bartoli in the house? What was that?
I was going to say, he's doing a genius Bartoli.
Stan the man. This is a new man.
And if he could get the break, he could serve to level it at 2 sets apiece. Nasty angle.
That opens up some court, doesn't it? So used to him doing that on the forehand side these days, and then it opens up for that backhand to be put away. But smart thinking again from Novak.
I'm more up to thinking this is where Novak just puts the clamps down.
It's that confidence and that belief in yourself to keep pushing you through that return of serve, and Stan primarily on all first and second serves at the moment has gone back to that chip return of serve, and It's when he doesn't impose himself on Novak's game as nearly as much. It's been a long while since he's taken a big rip at a second serve return.
Let's second service.
Missed it from Djokovic on the approach, gave Stan the opening.
That was a mishit on the return of serve from Stan as well, and Novak had the opening and didn't take advantage of it.
That is blistered 92 miles per hour.
Sometimes that gives him more trouble than any of that, the slower kicker.
Yeah, that's a tweener of a return. That's one where he's trying to come over it, but he's not really committed to going after it. And instead of that one-step cross, you needed at least a step forward there and take a little bit of that angle away, and also the bounce before it gets too high over the shoulder. Stan's tendency is to wait for that ball to come to him on that return of serve. That's all day.
Took a rip at that return.
I love that. Yeah, he's not going to win every point, obviously, but that just sends a much stronger message across to Novak that you leave that second serve hanging, I'm going to take a big swing at it. Gives him a positive frame of mind for the point once it gets going.
Good tennis. Just a superb point right from the return. Djokovic gave him the same serve, that kicker, but he dealt with it well that time.
That was right in front of me, Chris. That time he was real quick on that kick serve to get his grip around on that backhand return. Much better. And he pounded all of his ground strokes on that point.
Tough.
Well, Chris, the last two sets, the ninth game has been the Achilles when he served for it in the second and got broken in the third.
Great observation, BG, and here we go. Novak tends to make these service games extra tough on opponents who just dial in, refuse to miss. That deep crouch.
Severin Luthi, the coach of Roger Federer, spending some time with Stan Wawrinka as well. Not showing too much emotion there from Stan, but boy, would he be happy with the way he's playing.
Was Severin down there texting?
He's giving updates. Come on.
Maybe he's texting Roger.
He's giving
Get your head out of your phone after a point like that. You can hear the sneakers squeaking during those small steps that he took to get the feet set for that backhand rip.
Just not much room to work with, and this is...
Those little steps there.
Yeah, unbelievable shot. Great pick up there, Chris.
I can't believe how big he hit a couple of those forehands on the stretch, and that thing, he just threaded the needle.
You know what people would pay to have a one-handed backhand like that? It just looks so sweet. Those of us that hack around with the two-hander, if you could just hit it like that.
Boy, I'd pay a lot of money to have a two-handed backhand. It is a great shot. Boy, you can see the power from Stan just getting to Novak every so often. He's open in his stance and his swing's not finishing and he's swinging high. So his shoulders really rotate early and coming out of that forehand, and no weight's being distributed forward through the ball, and that's a nervous forehand trying to control the power that Stan is giving him.
That was an unbelievable stick save off that return.
Monster serve, Brad. 135. Hit it spot. Djokovic still getting it back.
As well as Stan has played in this game, he'd better put this one away.
He knows it.
Let's for service.
Just not flinch on his second serve tonight. He went after it. Here comes the trainer, and Djokovic will serve at 4-5. The trainer's going to a spider cam view of Hugo Gravel, the trainer, working on the groin muscle of Stan Wawrinka. Didn't see him call for the trainer, but Gravel hustled out there right away in the changeover. Yeah,
he was ready, so he must have let the chair umpire know that he wanted it at the next change of ends, and we saw him before that last game when he was returning serve, just stretching the groin, the back of the court.
And at least there won't be, there wasn't any evaluation time. He came on the court right away and said 3 minutes. So there was no evaluation. He's just getting a deep rub.
Have you seen his movement come off? I asked you that question about an hour ago, Brad. Now we're approaching the 3-hour mark. He still seems to be moving around 100%.
I mean, and he was really jumping around, but I've noticed the last couple of games, he's been stretching, pulling the leg off the back, like the hamstring stretch. And so that I've noticed. And you're seeing Novak put on his jacket. It's gotten quite a bit cooler from when we started.
Tough spot for a medical timeout. Djokovic serving at 4-5 to stay in the set.
I mean, listen, I'll be honest. I'm not crazy that you're allowed to get this medical timeout, for on the other player's serve. I still feel like this is one of those things. It's a quirky rule that.
But where can he take it if he doesn't take it at 5-4?
There almost should have to be on an even game then, on your own serve. This is 4-5 in the fourth.
When you feel there's no real obvious injury, it's just a bit of tightness in there. I mean, who knows? But
I mean, he doesn't
Sam's
look like
smiling, having a laugh over there.
Yeah. Yeah. And I was surprised Novak didn't get up earlier, you know, because you don't want to sit too long when it's
Hold
cold.
up, Brad. Let's see if we could hear. There was a kind of an exchange with Henrik Molina in the chair and Wawrinka. Djokovic is up, stalking the baseline.
Plenty of experience on that side of the court, so no problems as far as Novak is concerned.
No, and many times, especially early in his career, he would call the trainer at interesting times. Fair enough?
Yeah, absolutely.
Give a 30-second warning here.
And Novak's stretching in the back now. You see him pulling off the back, the hamstring stretch as well.
People get used to the hot temperatures and the publicity down here as Wawrinka takes a lap at the end of the court. But it gets really cool at night. It's normal Melbourne weather. It often gets down in the 50s at night. So you can have a huge temperature change from the start to the end of one of these night matches. Let's see how Djokovic handles the delay.
Well, the right thigh or the right groin, which was being worked on by the trainer, that means moving to the forehand is going to be the suspect side.
And the trainer stayed behind his chair, so he'll probably work on him on the next changeover as well.
Challenge. Djokovic said it was long.
Oh, that was back of the line.
Well, he had missed the shot anyway, so figures will use the challenge.
It's a good challenge.
It was out, Brad.
Oh, wonderful challenge.
Thing of beauty.
He's killed it.
Perfect target. Sponsored by Kia.
That's twice Kia's got broken.
Well, you could also see Djokovic right away test the movement of Wawrinka.
That was a flush on the K.
Yeah.
Well, that was pretty impressive response to the little extra delay before that service game.
Remember that point in the last game, Chris, we spoke about that short backhand, that slice backhand where Stan played the wrong shot, he played the drop shot. Novak had exactly the same backhand on that last point, and he just slid the ball back deep in the court, started it again, and away he went, working the point. Much better shot selection from Novak. That's a bomb. What is that?
136 and a half, 137.
Right on with your metric to mile-per-hour conversions, Brad. That's almost his fastest serve of the match, just a mile per hour short of it.
Novak's fastest serve tonight is 126.
Heavy hitting.
Novak has not given an inch tonight, and Stan has had to go out there and take every piece of territory that he's earned.
Djokovic went at that forehand corner, said, Stan, see how that movement is? And he answered, and he says, get up. Seems to be moving okay, Darren.
You better watch it over there, Brad Gilbert, because Stan might be looking over to you and telling you to get up very soon.
You got to get up. There was nothing wrong with the movement there. He got around the court pretty darn good.
Thank you.
Nice reaction.
Nice service game, period. Let's see if he gets a little more treatment. Djokovic, another tough service game coming. Everybody and everything is getting worked on with this changeover. Of course, the most important thing, let's get that sign fixed.
Yeah, they're trying to get the thing, get it done.
Let's get that Kia sign fixed. Here's the rip that Stan took, which knocked the K right off of it. And because there's only about 68 Kia logos inside this arena,
that's it,
give or take a few, we got to get that sign fixed, and now it's delaying play.
Yeah,
and if you're Djokovic, you're not that happy.
I can't believe that they did that. They should have just waited till the end of the set.
These guys are choking. It's like a Formula One pit crew with the twist ties here. Meanwhile, Wawrinka was worked on briefly, but no extra length to the sit down.
They ought to just take it off.
I mean, Djokovic has to deal with an injury timeout the last time at 4-5. Now at 5-6. The crowd, yeah, they should give him the business.
Aussies are not going to let these guys get away with this.
They shouldn't. Come on, 5-6 in the fourth, and there's a missing letter, and it's a huge thing.
Here we go.
That was pitiful.
Points 1 for the match. Novak Djokovic 125. Stan Wawrinka 124.
Djokovic with the answer to a huge forehand that cut the line. How tough is that?
Amazing.
I mean, it's on the line, on the stretch, stab, forehand, redirect.
Match has certainly been playing in good spirits as well.
Headed for a tiebreak to finish this match or force a final set.
This is how you hold even after a delay to get yourself ready for a tiebreaker.
Yeah, he did the same thing in the last service game. Really strong stuff from Novak.
Both players receive an additional challenge.
You know, the night tennis the last couple of nights has been really good, and the Bernard Tomic, Roger Federer second set was excellent, but we've had 4 sets of that type of tennis tonight.
Head-to-head, guys, I count 6 tie breaks between them. All of them won by Djokovic.
Lucky number 7.
For whatever that's worth. Stan knows that. Low kick off the face.
Clocked.
He's a tough Aussie kid. He will shake that off.
Stop playing.
Oh,
I think that caught the line, Brad.
Line ball.
Yeah, Stan, stop playing.
Bad
This
mistake.
is a really, really costly mini break. Certainly a sign of tension He's hoping it's long, but I don't think so. No, he's right. He was right. Beg your pardon, Rebecca.
1-0.
Still tough to do that. You better be darn sure. He was.
Wow.
Sometimes a tough line for the players to see, isn't it? The one right at their feet.
Thank you very much. Chris, you mentioned that tiebreak record between these two players, and Stan hasn't won one, and Stan is 0 from 6 in fourth set tiebreaks career.
He's off to a good start in this one. So that's when either trying to close out a match or go extend it. He's never won one.
Never won one in the fourth set.
And again, that's the same mark that he has against Djokovic head-to-head. But a positive start.
Still shell shocked from that backhand down the line on the second point. Got to be the first time that Stan has gone for the inside-out forehand from that position. Just about every other one he's pulled to Novak's forehand.
Yeah, he goes inside in on that and just got a little too much air on that.
Thought that one of Djokovic's shots was long.
He's got the luxury here with a 3-point buffer to be more aggressive on this return if he wishes.
How will Djokovic approach this? Will he go bold? Will he knuckle down, play defense, hope that Stan does that, pulls the trigger?
Well, I think he knows at the moment if he does make that first serve, he can direct it to Stan's forehand, and Stan's going to push it back. So he's at least going to stay neutral in the point, and if he drops it short, he can then be aggressive. It's risky to go anywhere else just at the moment.
I've been surprised how many times Stan has gotten the better on the forehand-to-forehand exchanges, because normally you would just favor Djokovic in that all night.
Also a little bit safer to take some pace off and slide that ball wide than it is to go big down the middle. Novak will have to challenge.
I think he wasn't sure about the call.
He touched the ball, though.
I'm saying that the line umpire called it out.
But he didn't touch it with the frame first?
No. No. Ladies and gentlemen, Djokovic is challenging the call on the baseline. What was called out?
Okay, so Novak asked the very same question, Brad, that you thought may have happened, that it touched Stan's racket before it hit the ground. It doesn't matter. Novak's going to win the point.
I wonder if we could see that on replay. I thought Stan touched that ball on his racket.
We don't have that on replay, unfortunately.
Point to Djokovic.
Doesn't matter anyway.
Big serve. There's another look. You can see. Don't have the ideal camera, but look across and see if it did touch the racket.
Definitely the ground first.
Bounce first, but did catch the line. Meanwhile, Wawrinka with the 127-mile-per-hour serve. Two points from forcing a final set. Return. Anxious on the forehand. Got away from him, and Wawrinka 3 set points.
Thank you. Quiet, please.
Just on the line.
6-4, Wawrinka.
Djokovic will make Wawrinka earn this tie break. Here's a third set point.
Quiet, please.
Throw out all those stats. Wawrinka breaks through in the tiebreak on their feet as we go the distance in Rod Laver Arena.
Oh my goodness. Even Brad Gilbert was on his feet after that point.
That was epic.
Doesn't get any better than that.
Wawrinka knew it. Djokovic wasn't going to hand it to him. He was going to fiercely defend every ball. And Sam just had to go bigger and bigger.
Stan hit the cover off 8 groundies, pounded his serve, and finally ties this one up. What a 4 sets.
An hour and 8 minutes. And now they've played 3:19. You know Djokovic can play 6 hours if he needs to. He did it on this court to beat Nadal a year ago after going almost 5 hours to beat Murray in the semifinals. He's had nothing like this at this Australian Open until now.
Oh, no question about it. He's been challenged right from the very first game in the first set, and Stan has risen above what we expected for sure. No hangdog looks from Stan throughout this match. Even when Novak came back and got off to a fast start in that 3rd set, Stan fought back. Early games of this 4th set, he fought back again. And we've seen so much good body language from him. This is the Stan Wawrinka we want to see week in, week out. We certainly know he can play this type of tennis. And he's got the attention, big time, of this man. Numbers all round. Very close. Nothing really stands out apart from the fact you'll see those unforced errors up there, but forget that. Just draw a red line straight through the unforced errors, because this match has been won by pounding balls into each corner and guys playing great defensive tennis. 50 winners though from Stan Wawrinka against, I believe, the best mover in the game. Maybe Gael Monfils can cover a little more court, but he certainly can't generate the pace and power on the full stretch that Novak can.
I tell you what, Novak is stretching the legs a lot. You know, he's done a lot of running in this match. I think he's done more running than Stan has.
And it's been terrific stuff. If you're just waking up, 8 o'clock. It is on the East Coast. It's midnight in Melbourne, almost Monday morning as the final set begins for our spot in the quarterfinals. Wawrinka still looking for a huge upset here tonight.
Tell you that 31% in that pulse question in the 3rd set knew what they were talking about.
But the forehand cross court from both players has been such a weapon for the guys tonight. If you don't win off that particular shot, it opens up so much court for the backhand cross court to the open court. Both players have played that forehand cross to perfection.
Obviously, Djokovic has become a really accomplished 5-set player. His career record, 17-6. Wawrinka's played a lot of them, and he's got a winning record too, 19-13.
Just to show you, Brad, how hard these two players are working and how the offense and defense has been really similar between the both players. Djokovic 2.38 miles, Stan exactly the same.
That's amazing.
I always find that stat deceptive, though. Those 2.4 miles, back and forth, explosive movements. It's nothing like a jog in the park.
No.
Here's an opening for Wawrinka.
I mean, he's coming out of his shoes there.
Guys always say it's an edge to serve first in a 5th set, but only if you can hold. Missed it.
13-40.
If you joined us late, Djokovic early in this match first set into the second set was broken 5 consecutive service games after holding 43 in a row coming in. But he's only been broken once since that streak. Seventh time tonight, and it's Wawrinka ahead in the final set.
Forget the backhand from Stan being the outstanding shot. The forehand has been ridiculously good tonight. And also that commitment to take the second serve early. He's done it the last few games on every second serve, gone after it, flattened it out, trying to get on top of the point early, and full commitment to what he's trying to achieve out here.
Dan, I've never seen it better. I thought, you know, that the other night when I watched him play Query, his forehand was, you know, the better shot between the forehand and backhand. I know he's hit some great backhands, but the forehand has done huge damage tonight.
Love 15.
Djokovic losing his footing as he did so many times in the first set and a half of this match.
Towel, please.
Asking for the towel. That's his very first double fault. And now an overrule, a correction by the chair.
Yeah,
by
he
the
corrected himself.
Replay points.
Well, it's a break for Stan. We'll get another first serve.
15.
13 aces, no doubles for Wawrinka. May have played an out ball.
30.
You think that was going to go wide, BG?
Might have gone. It might have gone wide. He couldn't leave it though where he was at. And after he hit the volley, he kind of grabbed the back of his hamstring a little bit as well.
No double faults though. It's not really like he's just laying that second serve in safe.
No.
And Stan's going after it.
So BG at 4-5 for the fourth. The trainer came out, attended to the groin, and now he's stretching it again. You think you've seen some signs of hampered movement?
He did a little something on that volley.
Well, it's a chance for Djokovic to break right back. Got it. That's tricky overhead.
His heart would have been in his throat when he went up for that second overhead.
He was backpedaling.
He hammered that, and there's the trainer. I guess he can get treatment if he calls it another injury, right? A different one.
Well, it was just a brief pause there at 4-5 to get treated. You don't think there's been much of a sign that it's affected him since then.
Oh boy, that's a good second serve.
You're allowed 2 3-minute injury timeouts in a 5-set match, but I believe not for the same injury.
Look how high that's getting up on Novak's backhand side, and Novak's got a big pocket on the backhand side. Doesn't mind it up around the shoulder, but that's at 105 miles per hour. It's a well hit second serve again. This is not unfamiliar territory for Novak to be in a bit of trouble in a Grand Slam tournament against somebody other than the big four. And last time he did that, he had to crawl back, was against Andrea Seppi in the round of 16 at the French Open, down a couple of sets. He won that one in 5 sets. And then against Tsonga the next round, down match points in the quarterfinals.
Right. To the side again.
Kia's taking a beating tonight.
Another shot off that little plastic sign. The letters stayed up, but a piece came flying off.
Another piece came flying. They're getting beat up. A ball boy's gotten hit tonight. Linesman in the head.
Ball kid
and
just
two
had
signs.
to pick up a piece of the plastic and take it over the barrier.
Can't put a price on this type of publicity for Kia tonight.
Wawrinka wants to trot up and take a look at the mark.
Wawrinka is challenging the
challenge
on the left center service line. Over score down.
Nope.
Second service.
And that's close as well.
It might be worth a challenge.
How big was that second?
Yes.
It's been one of the clear illustrations of his bold approach tonight, Brad. He has just gone after him. Again, no doubles, and that's because
that was like 120 that second.
He's just been fully committed.
Wawrinka has 2 challenges remaining.
Djokovic just hangs around in the game, creates a second break opportunity.
Let's service.
Every single break point that Stan Wawrinka has faced, every first serve has gone to the Djokovic forehand.
Backstop near his, box. He showed a little visible pain there.
Who, Stan?
Yeah. Watch him. He took the ball out, fired it in the backstop there, and kind of looked over and muttered something at his camp.
You always feel the pen a little bit more after you lose a lead in the 5th set.
Also a lot of credit there to Novak's little inner computer going on in his head. He would have known in the back of his mind that those big points, Stan has a tendency to go to the forehand. He was on that return.
Stop playing.
He's stopped again.
Challenging the goal on the right far side line.
I'm not sure about this one either. How many challenges does he have left?
Yeah, he's going to have one left if he's wrong here.
Very early in the set to be down to one challenge.
Yeah.
He did catch the line.
15 left. Wawrinka has one challenge remaining.
He'll have to use that one very carefully.
Much better slice backhand from Wawrinka. Finished his swing on that one and got a little bite off the surface. Uses his legs to get down nice and low and extends on the swing. Drives straight through the ball. And this one really bit when it hit the surface. So the follow through.
Djokovic's standards, that was a radical split to get that ball back on. Wawrinka trying to invite the crowd in even more. Look at that. Assaulted a very soft second serve under 80 miles per hour.
And that was bone crushed.
2 chances for a 3rd consecutive break of serve to start the final set. He's tried that hitting back behind Djokovic a lot tonight. There wasn't much of a target there, Darren.
No.
Novak was right in that corner. Still break point.
Yes.
What are the break points tonight? I know Stan's broken 7 times. What are...
Yeah, he's 7 of 14. Hasn't been nearly as efficient, though, Brad, since that little run of 5 straight service breaks.
That was a classy overhead.
Coach Vida's lost the hat for the final set. Back-to-back serves. He's been able to get that chip forehand return out of Wawrinka, Darren.
Yeah, it makes a huge difference this part of the match for Novak to take a little pace off that first serve and pick up that first serve percentage. Exactly what he did there.
So Djokovic, a couple of huge breakpoint chances saved to stay in front in the final set.
And the trainer's coming back out on the court for Stan.
Novak last year was one of the best players at defending his second serve, and tonight it's been attacked. He's only won 23 from 51 second serves. That's 45%, and give full credit to Stan.
Darren, you talked about Novak's close calls at the French Open. We went to Roland Garros with so much pressure. Everybody talking about trying to get the career slam. It was a grueling kind of clay court season. Seppi did have him in trouble. He got out of that. Tsonga, match point, but the French crowd was going crazy on Chatrier. How do you think that compares to this, where he comes in trying to make history in the Open era, back-to-back Aussie Opens?
No, I think the form going into those French Open matches was not as good as what it was coming into these Australian Open matches. He's been faultless in the matches we've seen so far. I know he played an exhibition in Abu Dhabi, 2 good matches against Ferrer and also Almagro. Dropped that 1 match to Bernard Tomic in Perth, but that was an exhibition. Finished up with a couple of good wins over Tommy Haas and Verdasco, but he's been exceptional so far at the Aussie Open. So for Stan to come out here and play the match he has against Novak in the best form we've seen him in.
And on this court where he's dominant, you find this more surprising than what happened to the French?
I do. Also had
Does that put
weight
more
of
pressure on him because of that, you think?
No, I don't think so. That weight of expectation was on his shoulders at the French as well, and that's tough to carry. It's not since 1969 in the men's game that any male player has carried the 4 major titles at one time, and that was a big occasion for him.
Sure. Slight tweak to the racket this year. No big change in weight or dimensions, but had got some publicity by sort of implying that it's a new racket.
Okay.
I'm calling Yahtzee on that.
Okay.
The eye test tells me it's the same. Paint job.
Probably
won't be getting a thank you note from Head tomorrow, BG.
This is an impressive display because, you know, you guys always tell me, especially in the 5th set, you're serving from behind. You had 2 break chances, didn't cash them. Business-like approach from Wawrinka so far in this game. Holds it low. Interesting to gauge the opinion of fans. And when Wawrinka was rolling, I think it was 6-1, 4-1. We put up the courtcast, and most people thought that he would pull the surprise. That changed, of course, when Djokovic came back and went up 2 sets. And now 46%. Still like the underdog in this final set.
Very healthy.
Are the fans hoping, or I mean, is that a realistic reflection?
No, he's
okay.
3.5 hours of great tennis. He's won a lot of fans.
I'll tell you that the folks watching have a lot more faith in Wawrinka than the odds makers do. Mickey Singer, researcher, keeping me posted here. You can bet on the outcome of a match point by point by point.
What's the real odds?
Real odds make Djokovic a huge favorite to win this 5th set. He returns 22 cents on a dollar bet. $4 back if you like Wawrinka. It's just one dynamic. It is interesting. I can't think of any other sport where you can literally every 30 seconds bet the outcome.
I wonder what it was when he was down that quick break in the 5th.
He was still favored, Djokovic, if you want to know. That's tricky.
Well, just grabbed at his hamstring then, Stan.
Yeah, that's a tough play when you're beginning to feel the muscles.
But for 3 hours 44, I mean, he's still moving good. That one, he just kind of
Grabbed the left hamstring.
Yep.
Full 15.
Would Djokovic have noticed that, I think? The quick little
Yeah,
grab?
maybe. The big adjustment also I've seen from Novak here. Remember, we put up that graphic at the start of the match with the service direction from Novak so far in the tournament. As we see Stan, not one serve went into the body of any of his opponents.
Right on cue there.
Yeah, he's made a big adjustment in this match, and that's because he's trying to get more first serves in. And check out the first serve direction from Novak in the match so far. Still not too many body serves on the ad side, but a lot more going into the body now on the juice side.
Djokovic keeps a nose in front in the fifth. 3-2. Talked earlier, Djokovic has not lost at this stage of a major round of 16 since 2007 when he was a young guy and taken out by Federer. He's made every quarterfinal. He's lost a couple times earlier, but at this stage in the fourth round, 22 in a row.
In that same round of 16, remember Nadal beat Murray in 5 sets. There's a couple young guys kind of announcing themselves then.
Yeah. It's tough. Made the brick bend down on those hamstrings.
I mean, Djokovic cracked that return, didn't have a lot of time to recover, and what an exquisite angle off the slide.
Let's watch Novak's little move here on the ad court. Because Stan's serving a lot down the middle, it looks like Novak's tempting him to do that. He's got 1 foot straddling the alley. As the ball toss goes up, he jumps to the right.
Good eye, Darren. So he thinks there's an opening, and then he slides over. Against that net cord. If it goes over, it's double break point.
And most of the time, then those lets do fall over.
Novak says, "Why not that one?" It was a big swing.
Ladies and gentlemen, Djokovic is challenging the ball on the right baseline. What was called out?
He thought he sailed this one long when it came off the strings. Players normally know.
14-30. Djokovic has 2 challenges remaining.
Yeah, Novak pounces.
Right away made a move to his forehand, didn't he, Darren? You saw that little move.
Those cramps come on, you just can't disguise it. And unfortunately for Stan, Novak was looking straight down the court, ready to return serve. So Novak a little more juice on that forehand.
I did say 347 before the match on like I thought his wall time was.
Yes, you did. But he knew which side to go to, Darren, didn't he? He said, let's move to the forehand side. That's the harder side. With that
It's called for the trainer straight away. Just spoke to the chair umpire asking for the trainer. Oh, it's a bad miss from Novak. Can you believe it?
Brad, does it look like it's really being affected now a lot more, Wawrinka?
A little bit. That one was a total arm serve because he uses his legs a lot. And the trainer's right behind his chair.
That's a couple of gifts from Djokovic. And now at 3-all, he just walks over to his chair. He's going to get a new racket. Wait till the changeover. Trying to jog it off.
Well, the same strength and conditioning trainer that's been looking after Roger Federer his entire career is the same guy that looks after Stan Wawrinka. Both guys in unbelievable shape.
I was going to say congratulations to that guy. Djokovic was there, and Stan just gives a kick to the barrier. The sponsor stuff's taking a pounding tonight.
I figured it was Kia. I figured it was Kia, but no, that one was the ANZ sign.
That's the type of point that might win Novak 2 or 3 cheap points in the rest of this service game.
Because Stan had to do so much running.
Yeah, nearly getting to the point where Stan needs to play the score in Novak service games.
So you'd advise him to, get out of those long, pull the, like in this game,
and
pull the trigger early.
Try and win one of the first 2 points in the service games, but if you get down love 30 or 30 love on Novak's serve, then you don't want to be running 4 or 5 corners left and right.
See if he goes for a big return. Djokovic making the points physical if he can. And Wawrinka shot a look to his camp again after that point.
Game Djokovic.
We'll see what kind of treatment Wawrinka will get. The trainer is sort of waiting behind the chair.
Yeah, he's not coming out. He's talking to the trainer right now, and now he's coming out. This is where Novak seems to get stronger in these type of matches.
Let's see if we can listen in. No.
it's all over the legs now.
Yeah.
But before it was the groin on the right side. Then he's been gripping the hamstring. Now the quads are getting the rub.
Yeah, he's working on both legs.
Stan just having a laugh in the 5th set.
But Chris, they have not announced whether or not this is just
No, it's not a medical timeout. It's just in between.
Do you think just the humor of the situation is what?
I think he's enjoying himself.
Okay.
This is a great occasion for him. This is the moment we've been waiting for Stan to step up on a big stage against one of the best players in the world and be challenged and rise to the challenge time and time again. He's done that so far tonight.
Remember a time in the previous match when you called him Stan the Tomato Can?
I can't remember that.
I was reminded on Twitter, it wasn't a kind label, but time and time and time again, he would come into a match, whether it's against Roger, Novak, and not bring a lot of belief, get down on himself, and seem to be willing to take his beating. There was some resignation in those matches. This is a new man, a new Stan. And some new tactical ideas, much more belief, much bolder tennis.
And we've mentioned that 4 or 5 times in this match, that this is a big moment for Stan when he's had a chance and he loses that chance, and then he has to turn around and take care of his serve. And every single time he's had to do that, he has risen up.
He's losing a little stick now on the serve. He's using a lot more arm.
Two close calls. Decided to play it.
And this is it, isn't it?
Yeah, if
last
he's
challenge.
long, this is the last challenge for Wawrinka. Burned through a couple early in the set. But he caught the line. Great use of his final challenge.
And it almost looked like Novak wanted to stop on the one before.
Yeah, I think he thought it was long.
He tried to coax a call and just played it at the last minute.
He told the shot before Brad was in anyway. So living dangerously, Wawrinka.
I think Novak's more upset about the fact that he had control of that last point and he was working Stan from corner to corner. That was a risky shot backhand down the line that Stan played from a long way behind the baseline. And Novak knew that ball was good. He had a big play on that forehand.
Didn't arm that one, Brad. 129. Didn't have to be that fine with it.
The first 2 forehands for him cross court may have been good enough to get it done, and it's unbelievable defensive work from Novak to stay in the point.
We're just a minute short of 4 hours, and the guy can run that hard and corner to corner. That's awesome.
Thank you. Quiet, please.
been going bold in those second serves from the very first game. And at the 4-hour mark, the first double gives Djokovic a break point. This could be over in a few minutes if Djokovic can grab it right now.
Thank you. Please, quiet, please.
Boy, Stan is showing some real nerve. After that double fold, he pumps down a second serve at 109 miles per hour, close to the line.
That is just balled on to do that after the double.
You're entitled to thump your heart after that game.
Absolutely. Give a little round of applause here to both players as well for the speed in which they're playing this match. Incredibly physical, 4 hours on the court, and both players playing to a really good tempo.
Coach mimicking Wawrinka's motion there.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please have it.
You said it there, that the players are playing so quickly. The crowd wanted to sit there and savor that game.
I tell you, Novak's hit a couple amazing stretch volleys.
17 in a row, of course. 14 straight and winning the last two. The first 3 here. To the quarters or better the last 14 majors. All that on the line.
And also the defense of 2 in a row Australian Open titles. He's always played his best tennis in Melbourne.
Almost moving away from the court. He torqued that back around. And now it's Wawrinka with an opening. Tough to be in that coaching box.
Missed it.
Everything he has being given right now.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Still break point.
I think Stan wanted to jump around and crack a second serve there, and he got caught by a really good second serve from Novak.
He was locked and loaded on the forehand there to hit that. And that slower second serve that jumps up on him.
Good direction on the second.
Third chance to break and serve for this match. Looks like he's going through pain there in the coach's box, but there's no other place you would rather be. Could be on the court.
Well, you could be playing. It's the second best thing. He's been through this a number of times before, Marion Vida.
How many times tonight the tape has been the difference between winning and losing? It stayed on Novak's side. Has to be worth a look.
Yes.
I thought he might challenge that.
Strong confirmation from the chair umpire that ball was long.
He didn't challenge. Here's an unofficial look.
Wow.
And it caught the line. I can't believe he has a challenge left and didn't use it. Ask the chair. That is a huge moment in this match.
And you know, it's amazing, Chris, that's on his side, you know, where his box is. That's on his side, closest line to them.
Was his decision affected by the fact he just has one left?
And Novak made the shot, so it would not have been his point, but certainly it would have been replayed.
Game point. It's so tough to try to wrestle the title away from Djokovic. 4 break points saved.
The trainer's back out. He's got the massage cream out again.
You can see all the rackets lined up there for Novak Djokovic as the players go through them. A best-of-5 match. Normally, the players would take 8 or 9 frames, usually strung frames, onto the court and try to change at every new balls. And Novak's got all of his rackets lined up around him.
He hasn't changed like
for a little while now.
Yeah, I think he's played through 2 ball changes without a racket change.
The massage continues on both of Wawrinka's legs. Djokovic, I used to talk to him about these kind of moments there, and I think when he began to become dominant in 2011, playing the big points so well, he describes it as really not being afraid to lose. Everybody has to have some of that fear, but he just seems to push it aside or not show it. So fearless in the big moments. You could think back to all the memorable match points that he saved. Break points like those 4, which would have given Wawrinka a chance to serve for this big upset.
Novak was just stretching off the back there. He's ready. It's going to be such a tough game to hold.
We've said that a few times about Stan, haven't we? But every time he's found something.
Wawrinka's face looks about 5 years older than it did at the start of the match. Djokovic making it a little more comfortable than he should in his service game. A couple of mistakes.
Ladies and gentlemen, Djokovic is challenging the right faster line. Over score down.
So that's the returner serve or the serve he's challenging?
No, the returner serve.
That was well out. That was well out.
Yeah, it wasn't even close, and now he's burned a challenge. He's down to 1, as is Wawrinka.
Djokovic has 1 challenge remaining.
He was saying, where was that at 3, you know, the 3-4, 15-30 that didn't go over.
He's still got the legs to pump it at 133. Tremendous hold. Aided by a couple of mistakes from Djokovic, which maybe took some of the pressure off. But what a way to finish it.
Yeah, now the pressure goes straight back onto Novak. He had to work so hard in that previous service game, and within a couple of minutes, he's got to step up to the line and do it all again.
Wawrinka with more forehand winners, more backhand winners, 10 more aces than Djokovic. Novak again gripping at that lower back.
Lower back, yeah, and he was stretching the legs a little bit.
Thank you.
It's actually a shot we haven't seen all that often from Novak tonight. That's because he put under so much pressure with the power hitting from Wawrinka, but that slice backhand staying a little lower, making it more difficult for Stan to take it up the line.
30 love.
Now, if we check the 5-year anniversary, Darren, maybe we should have expected something special. We were here, 2008, the day session match. Federer, Tipsarevic, a back and forth affair. Federer really in the ropes. That kind of set the schedule back. Then Venus finally began the night session at 10 o'clock. And Hewitt and Bagdanis, 11 minutes short of midnight, took the court. Tremendous drama. Almost all the crowd stayed, and it finished at 4:34 a.m. 5 years ago.
We called that match, and Hewitt had a chance to put that match away in the 4th set and lost in a tiebreak. Bagdanis came back and won that, and that was the most memorable day for me in Grand Slam tennis.
And something about this court, this tournament, and about this point in each tournament, the 4th round, it's brought out some terrific tennis over the years, Brad. And we've seen so many great matches in Australia, beginning from the 4th round on.
And I've seemed like I've been sitting here at the court past 1 a.m. quite a few times. And once again, there on that changeover, Stan got, a little treatment again. I thought there was a limit on how many you could take, Darren, on after the medical timeout, because he's got at least 4 or 5.
It's not a medical timeout, though.
No, but
treatment and regulation
I
changeover.
thought treatment on the changeover maximum was 3.
He's about to use those up. Djokovic. He will challenge.
He
just got one. Yeah. He was very convinced. He was puzzled there wasn't a call. No. He's correct to use that. And Sam says, all right, serve wide.
One double fault for the match against the best returner in the game, and he's been hammering that second serve.
This is his first second serve ace.
Remember, all the challengers get reset to 3 each at the end of this particular game.
No, they
just add one more.
Just one more?
They'll have 2 each.
This is now the 3rd set in this match. It's gone past an hour.
Ladies and gentlemen, the number of challenges is
4 hours and 21 minutes to play. 1 o'clock in the morning here in Melbourne. For those of you just waking up on the hour, 9 o'clock on the East Coast, 6 o'clock out west, welcome. You've missed a lot, but you can still catch the final chapter of this drama.
I believe the challenges have been reset to 3 each. I think it's in a tie break. It's one more, but now because it's not a tie break, they go back to 3 all.
You are correct there. That's the final set rule here.
Correct, exactly.
You're right, Darren, because it says 3 each up on the board now. It went from 1 each to 3 each.
And if they make it to 12 all, then it will be reset again.
Early breaks in this final set. Wawrinka has had more chances. He's 1 of 8 in the 5th set break points. Djokovic has had just 3.
All of a sudden, we've had a few easy holds both ways.
Missed it. Here's a love hole. Pressure right back on Wawrinka. You guys think that Tomas Berdych is sitting back in his hotel, feet kicked up after a straight set win over Anderson today. He awaits the winner here.
And Novak is stretching out now there. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a huge advantage for him. It'll be interesting how either player, turns up in a couple of days.
Fourth longest of the tournament. Duckworth and Mitchell, a couple of wild card Aussies, played in searing heat.
Boy, Duckworth earned his 2nd round check, didn't he?
And then he lost to Kapcic, who basically went to a full body cramp and agony in the locker room, got an IV, and then had absolutely nothing left in the next round for Tsonga. Not that he would have been the favorite anyway.
And Novak, of course, the raging favorite to make it through this top half of the draw through to the final, but just even playing a match like this throws a couple of wrinkles and a couple of curves, with Tomas Berdych obviously waiting in the quarterfinals, and then Ferrer and Almagro, a couple of Spanish players in the other quarterfinal. A lot of eyes on this match tonight.
Now you wait, you hope for a match like this for one of the guys outside the Big Four to step up and challenge and take it to these greats, as Wawrinka has done tonight.
His box all got up there.
Doubly painful to lose the first point when you have a must-hold game, and also have it be a physical point.
Long rally. Look at the big move to the right there as that ball toss goes up. It's the one that Novak wants. It's like he's giving him the serve down the middle, and he's ready for that forehand return. But Stan getting that serve with great direction, close to the lines.
He's missed a few returns here in the last few games.
Beaten for power again. Boy, it's been a long time since I've seen Novak beaten for power so often.
If Djokovic does get out of this, Verdict would take note of that.
I think everybody would. It's easy to say it, very tough to execute it, and Stan's done a magnificent job. It's normally not a great deal of safety hard and fast down the middle with Novak because he defends it so well, and it's been a little bit surprising tonight that he's missed so many of those balls.
Because there's one thing to say, there's not a lot of guys that have the firepower that Stan does from start to finish like this.
Well, I understand. But Burdick is potentially one of them.
Yes.
But that's not Novak's problem right now. 7 apiece. What a job by Stan after losing that long rally to open the game. And the shot spot confirms the call.
Oh.
Thank you. Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
I don't think there's much chance, Chris, that Thomas is sitting back here hoping that Novak pulls this out. And he's got all those notes on this match. I think he's hoping to worry about Stan.
I understand.
Yeah, and he'd be hoping that Stan to be dead, too, in the next match.
Every other guy in the field is hoping for Wawrinka wins, let's be honest.
David Ferrer down on the top of that draw would be taking notice.
Great serve.
I think that was his fastest serve of the night.
He was. 127, Brad. 4.5 hours into it.
And I've never seen Novak playing so fast.
Oh, still running everything out, Wawrinka. You gotta love the hustle. Djokovic stays in front. It's amazing to think, Darren, that as long as these guys have battled and been out there, that this is still almost an hour-and-a-half short of the length of last year's titanic struggle between Djokovic and Nadal in the final, which went 5-53 back and forth. Nadal started quickly. Djokovic thought he had it in the fourth set. Rafa won it in a tiebreak. Nadal had the lead in the fifth. That crucial miss. Up 4-2, 30-15, and that gave life to Djokovic. They had an interminable wait for a painful ceremony where they had to sit down before they could finally get the trophies. The greatest thing I've ever seen on a tennis court.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never seen anything like it as well. And
talk about the 2008 Wimbledon final when Nadal and Federer battled all the rain delays, the darkness at Wimbledon. That had its unique kind of drama.
yeah.
the way the rain interrupted last year's final for a few minutes. Djokovic showed his willingness to suffer beyond the kind of limits we'd seen before in a tennis court to win a title. Not close to that yet, but way more than anyone expected in the round of 16.
This match has been played at a much quicker tempo than last year's final as well.
Good point. Quicker tempo, but more quick points. So
Yes, no question about it.
This just gives you one indication when we show you the total distance run. But again, that's a series of explosive steps and changes in direction. These guys try to train for it. They do explosive little bursts. They go to the gym where they try to simulate match conditions by going hard and using different body parts for 8 or 10 seconds and then resting quickly and recovering to get ready for this. But it can't be quite the same as a match.
You also try sprinting for 3 or 4 steps, then throwing out that league leg and sliding on a hard court.
That is bold playing.
Spoken a lot also, Brad, about because a lot of players don't come to the net all that often, that the overheads of a lot of players is somewhat suspect, but not Stan's.
You've gotten used to seeing Djokovic in these situations. Is this the best match you've ever seen Wawrinka play?
Yes.
Not even close. And from the 3-4 game when he faced a break point, that's 4 games in a row that he's held pretty comfortably. You just keep thinking Novak's going to step up, but to me, Stan is diffusing it by playing great ball.
Thank you.
Wow.
That
was a pretty bold second serve.
Now, I'm surprised he doesn't challenge it, though, because he has 3. I think it hit the back of the line.
He was definitely pretty surprised by the pace. It's a punishing point.
Yeah.
But he doesn't seem to be not, you know, running for anything. I mean, he's not like managing the score at all. He's just playing.
40-15.
You know, in this final set, 9 service games for Novak. He's only lost a total of 17 points. 4 of them, of course, came in the game when he was broken early in the set, but it's been a series of commanding holds. Why do you think that is? We've seen breaks earlier in the match, but in the final set, the returners really haven't had a look.
Yeah, I think it goes back to playing the score a little bit. We spoke about Stan struggling a little bit, and he doesn't want to get run 3 or 4 corners when he loses those first couple of points of every one of Novak's service games. So the whole idea is trying to get into one of those service games. If you can get a love 15 or a 15 all, then you really push hard. If you're down 30 love, kind of let that service game go a little bit and save your energy for your service game. But Stan's played a lot of 5-set matches. He has a great 5-set record. At the French Open, he played a beauty against Gilles Simon and won that in 5. And we thought maybe he wouldn't have the gas to come out and play Joe Wilfried Tsonga in the round of 16. But that went 5 sets as well. He was down a quick 2 sets and fought back. He ended up losing that 6-4 in the 5th. But this guy is a bull.
Recall both those, and he was fighting the French crowd in both cases.
That's right.
Roaring for his opponent. He showed a lot of guts. He has played in 32, now 33 of these 5-set matches with a winning record. And he's been almost as dominant in his service games in the 5th set as well. Broken once early, but since then, pretty comfortable. Although I don't know if we've ever used that word when Djokovic is in the return position.
He's been able to get a couple of cheap misses from Novak in his last few service games, and all Novak has to do is tighten things up a little bit, and Stan will feel that pressure.
Like
that. Novak knows it's going there. He wants Stan to hit it because he's tempting him by giving him so much room down the middle on the ad side. He's drifting that way, but just not completing his shot on that return of serve. That's a nervous return of serve.
Yeah, that's a he's missed quite a few of those in the net.
Just a little bit slower, Novak, to get out to this forehand. Earlier in the match, he would have been able to get out there and make an aggressive forehand swing on that one. But even someone as strong and as fit as Novak, you have to feel it physically in these conditions.
40-15.
The guy that was destroyed by Djokovic in the opening round match, Paul Arim-Batu, was talking afterward about how much stronger Djokovic and Murray, he included those two guys in kind of a set, so much stronger, nobody can beat them. And it's a good thing a guy like Stan didn't read that and take it to heart. Because he's not showing that the gap is that huge tonight.
This is great for the locker room. It's great to give all these players that are ranked between 5 and 25 a lot of belief when they walk onto the court with these big guys.
Plus, you got to think that, Novak is thinking the guy's hurting physically, and you think that, he's going to donate, and he just he has not donated. Novak's going to have to win this match. He's not going to be giving it to him.
Thank you. Thank you. Players are ready. Quiet, please.
I'm going to ask you why there have been so many quick holds in the set. I thought you might include in there that the explosive moves you need as a return, and maybe the edge kind of comes off the movement, the reflexes, whatever it is, that these guys have not been on the returns nearly as well.
That's a really good point
in this set. I saw some really high quality returning, especially by Wawrinka early.
And the miles per hour on that first serve have not come down.
If anything here in the last few games, Novak is serving bigger.
He's been able to maintain the red line on the mile per hour in the serve even after 442. So now Stan's going to have the 6th consecutive must-hold game to stay in the match. That's where it gets tough, doesn't it? Serving second in the fifth set.
It was tough on the first one.
Well, I understand, but I mean, you know, from 4-5 onward, if you don't break, you get to feel what eventually Andy Roddick felt when he was playing Federer in that Wimbledon final, you know, just serving second and always having to fight from behind. And
we did some statistics on that particular thing, the person in the 5th set match, on those long matches, the ones that go past 6-all, who has the advantage. And you'll be surprised to know that it was 50-50 on whether to serve first or be serving second.
I know that research, but that didn't include the extended sets, did it?
It did. It was the extended sets.
That went upon, and it was still 50-50.
It was. Yeah, which is surprising to me because you're right. I would always like to serve first in the 5th set. I felt like I had a big advantage.
Hey, Darren, Stan pulled out a new stick because they're switching new balls. And it looked like also Novak switched sticks, but not to like a fresh stick.
Cooler conditions as well, Brad, which means slower conditions. So you don't really want to go to a brand new tighter restring, do you?
No, but Stan went to a brand new restring. He took it out of the plastic bag, and Novak just switched it. I mean, and the weather is really cooled down from obviously 5 hours ago.
Only one match at this Australian Open longer, and I'm just going to say that Kapchuk wasn't of this quality.
No, I would agree with that.
Both guys were really suffering in that one.
That was played in the day.
It was, and very hot day, and Duckworth was cramping, and Kapchuk was suffering, and it was far more about surviving than it was hitting the ball.
This is amazing. This will be, I mean, not a sniff of a break now in 12 games. And early leads every game by the server.
A couple times Djokovic has gotten a love 15 lead, but he hasn't been able to sustain it. This return loses his balance on that one. A comfortable hold at love, 10-10.
The last couple of games has really been the first time that you've noticed, to me anyway, that Novak slowed down.
Yeah.
Birdie awaits the winner. You guys explain what it's like in the brain and the legs at a match this long.
Well, the mind's just ticking over on autopilot. It's not really about strategy at the moment. It's more about managing yourself and picking the moments to really go after it. And the very first 5-setter I played in Paris was 15-13 in the 5th.
You'd never played one, and then it's 15-13?
I'd played a couple at the Australian Open before, but that was on grass. But my first ever French Open, the first round was 15-13, but I was in a haze.
Correction, monsieur.
No, the replay, that was a bad break for Djokovic.
Wawrinka challenging the call on the left near side
That
line.
was a line clipper.
He's buying some time while he stretches his legs for the challenge. Yep.
I'm amazed he can keep stretching like that.
They'll replay it.
Wawrinka has 2 challenges remaining.
Novak, to me, is really trying to keep it in, but he looks like he's really managing himself at the moment. Big push here now from Stan at love 15.
Managing himself, but you know he's got
struggling.
the ability.
Yep.
If it becomes an extended point, we've seen that.
That's the first time in umpteen games that we've had, rallies of 4 or 5 balls in a row, 2 consecutive points.
All different parts of the leg have been causing Wawrinka trouble. It started with the groin, then the hamstring. Now it's been the quads.
Really well played. Just a little bit short, and Novak makes him pay.
Pretty low ace total for Djokovic, considering he's been serving lights out at the tournament. Only 7 in these 5 long sets. But 3 of them have come here in the 5th.
Game Djokovic.
Still got the legs to thump the serve.
11 games to 10. Final set.
11-10.
And the walk from Stan becoming slightly slower at every change of ends as he trudges back to get a little more treatment. The trainer out there again, Brad, or?
No, I'm sure that he's used up his treatments. Because he hasn't had one now in 4, because I'm sure that he had the 3 plus the injury timeout. He might have got 4, but he's definitely used up his, unless he calls another injury timeout.
He tried to use the banana to ease some of those cramps. Well, this match is closing in on Kapcic-Duckworth. I want to show you the photo again. We've showed it a couple times, but it's worth revisiting at a moment like this. This is the winner of the match we talked about. An IV in the locker room. It's locker room B with the lower ranked players use. He was curled up in the fetal position, groaning for about 15 minutes. They were able to get the IV in, and that gives you instant relief. He won the match.
And you can see the difference in his skin color between the face and the shoulder there.
Yeah.
And it was also played in the heat of the day.
But that's the effect that it can have on the body. Now, these guys are more used to it than a guy like Kapcic, and obviously the conditions are much more favorable. But they are trying to hide from each other how much they're suffering.
They are suffering big time.
And both the winner and the loser will feel it big time afterwards and tomorrow.
Oh.
There's that reliable smash. Novak hunched over. The loser will feel it more, for sure.
Yep, no question.
Yeah, he grimaced in a little pain there.
instinct tells him to go after every ball and do those splits, doesn't it? It's hard to pull off that kind of retrieving when you're so used to it. Those are body blows that Wawrinka's thrown back at Djokovic now, working back behind him. And he's ready to serve, and Novak's taking extra time.
Wawrinka challenging the call on the left center service line. Ball was called out.
It wasn't it with a lot of pace. He tried to thread it up the middle, and that's just his second double. Again, he went a long time in this match.
Wawrinka has one
Without a double.
challenge
He's had
remaining.
a couple now in recent games.
And we're now the longest match of the tourney.
Only an hour to go till last year's final, Brad. 4:53. Linesman corrected himself.
The linesman's starting to get tight.
Called out, then made the correction. Ooh, just miss it backhanded. Found the line.
Dry smile from Novak. He knew it.
This is as close as we've been in about 40 minutes. We haven't had a break point for either guy in about 45 minutes of play.
Yeah, this is the first time we've been a deuce since that 3-4 game.
When he needs it. Luck doesn't hurt, but what a return.
How did he get that back? 134 mile per hour. Huge serve down the middle.
Nothing Wawrinka could do. And Novak Djokovic a point away from surviving almost a 5-hour battle. Not yet.
Stand the man.
This is epic stuff.
finds the energy. And the finish line is there. Second match point.
Please. Quiet, please. Quiet, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Even the man denied a match point had to smile.
I think the two smiles says it all from both guys.
How about that squash forehand save?
Thank you.
Of course you can, Stan.
We've got people getting to their feet after every point now.
Wait, please. Wait, please.
That's incredible precision. At the 5-hour mark.
What?
That was a huge second serve. Nice stick save return.
1:40 in the morning local time, and barely a person is left.
Shame on them if they did. It is Monday morning tomorrow. Wawrinka gave himself a couple of whacks in the head after this miss. Third chance for Novak. Keep his three-peat quest alive. The champion lives to fight another day. The challenger on the canvas at the end. What a battle. What a treat. Shades of last year's victory celebration. His coach in tears. We expected the routine, and we got the extraordinary. It's a shame that man had to lose.
No, I don't think he lost anything tonight.
Good point. Just behind on the scoreboard after 5 hours and 2 minutes. Djokovic, 1-6, 7-5, 6-4, 6-7, 12-10. His best moment ever on a singles tennis court. He's just won a gold in doubles at the Olympics. Ends in defeat. And Djokovic does it again, Darren. Finds a way.
He's turned himself into an amazing competitor, incredible athlete.
You know, he just, as you said so well, knows how to manage it at times in the fifth set. He throttled back on the energy, but boy, in that last game, you saw the burst, you saw the ability to continue to retrieve. And what a last point. We have to have another look at that.
Please.
Djokovic was a heck of a souvenir to someone. Have some bodyguards when you leave Rod Laver Arena. Jim Courier, who works for Australian Channel 7, will have a visit with Novak, and we will show you that match point as soon as we get a chance. That was an extraordinary punctuation to this epic. Because Stan emptied the chambers
I
at the
thought
end.
Stan won that point 4 or 5 times, and incredibly defensive skills again just coming to the fore from Novak, and that ability to come up with an amazing passing shot to win the match. It finished the way it should have finished, and that was with an incredible winner.
And this wasn't like the 450 against Murray in the semis or Nadal. This was something that no one could have expected. An opponent that had been hammered, frankly, by Djokovic 10 consecutive times. Wawrinka gave it everything and then some. Tomas Berdych awaits in the next round. He'll have to recover quickly to face another big hitter.
Novak, I think I can safely speak for everyone here in the building when we say that was a real privilege to watch. How did you get through this match in the end?
Well, it's really hard to find the words to describe the feeling that we had tonight, especially in the fifth set. He deserved equally to be a winner of this match. I give him I give him a lot of credit. He has my all respect, especially tonight. He showed his qualities, and he was the aggressive player on the court. I was just trying to hang in there, trying to fight, and you know, give the last drop of energy. And it means this match means a lot to me and to him, obviously, going into five hours. And it's just incredible that almost 2 in the morning and so many people stay to watch. So it brings. It brings back the memories from 12 months ago, definitely, with Rafa. And I mean, you guys really deserve all the love, and thank you for your appreciation, and thank you for staying this late. And you know, you made this this match very special, and you know, I didn't expect this many people to stay this long, and hopefully you enjoyed as much as we did on the court.
You were down early in this match. You were down 6-1, 5-2. How'd you pull out of that? I mean, he was playing so well. What changed for you?
Yeah, he was playing well. He was mixing it up and using the right tactics and serving extremely well. So, you know, I just believed all the time that I can come back into the match, and I did. And then, you know, all the credit to him. He managed to win the fourth, and he was a breakup. So it could have really gone either way this match, and I'm just so thrilled to be through.
The last time we saw you rip your shirt off at the end of a match was the end of the tournament last year. There's a lot to go left here. How's your body feeling? Are you any concern that physically you might be not as strong as you need to be? You look pretty good tonight.
My body feels great. I mean, it's only 5 hours, you know, of match. Yeah, we are midway through to the tournament, but it feels like a final to me, you know, this match definitely. And I just try to enjoy every single moment of this sport, of these kind of matches make you work so hard as a player and make you appreciate the sport. And I'm really glad that I shared this passion with so many people, and I will start to think about my quarters tomorrow. I will try to enjoy my win at least tonight.
Congratulations. Go get some rest. You and Stan put on one heck of a show. Novak Djokovic.
No big deal. Darren, just 5 hours at the office. He's got a great sense of humor. He's not going to think he says about Tomas Berdych 2 nights from now in this court until tomorrow, but we'll begin to chew on that in a second. But we have to look back at this match point. This was an amazing point to finish this 5-hour, 2-minute epic, and some heavy hitting from Wawrinka. Tremendous defense at the end of it by Djokovic. Little pickup there. Stretch.
Just as unbelievable the second time around.
Yeah, you feel for Stan against almost anybody else, especially after 5 hours. He wins that point.
Yeah.
Maybe we're still playing.
Yeah, and some tears at the end for Stan. And you know what? He won so much respect with the way he played tonight. And remembering also, Stan hasn't really managed to step up on a big stage and a big occasion like this. And quite often he's gone away. And he did anything but that tonight. So much was asked of him, so many questions. Also, when Novak got back, he won that second set. We thought maybe Novak would run through sets 3 and 4 rather quickly, but no. Stan dug in, kept his level of game right where it was at the start, and pushed this man to the very end again.
And it's well said. You know, conventional wisdom said that based on the head-to-head, based on some of Stan's history that you talked about, that he would wilt. He didn't. I think you're right. This is his greatest moment as a singles player on a tennis court. He will win lots of fans. Let's talk about what the takeaway is from this match. Does it make Djokovic as hard to beat as ever because the mythology builds and he survives one of these? Or do you think he might be, despite his claim, a little bit physically depleted when Berdych and him play in 2 days?
Well, he has to be a little bit because Berdych has sort of rolled through the tournament, and he's a fit and strong guy as well, and he has that reputation of taking it to the top guys. So Berdych won't be scared of playing Novak. We remember to Wimbledon where he knocked it out in the semi-finals. So he's capable of beating these top 4 players. The difficult thing for him has always been to beat them back to back to back in the major tournaments. He's been able to do it twice with a couple of those guys, but he ended up losing to Nadal in the final of Wimbledon. But there is the head-to-head. Not good for Thomas, but he's going to be playing someone who's been through a war tonight.
Yeah, the one win, though, was a massive stage, and he beat him in straight sets at Wimbledon. The courts here are playing quickly. He is going to be much fresher than Djokovic. Besides that, besides the freshness, did Berdych see something tactically on the court that he can use when Wawrinka was just pummeling.
Well, I think
big
so.
shots.
Attacking the second serve, I think, was huge. And Stan came out in that first set and he made up his mind that he's going to treat the second serve like a short ball. And I thought he did a great job with that. Stan normally likes just to start the point off. And the fact that you don't have to go for the lines on that second serve return. You can go hard and fast down the middle and push Novak back. And that then creates a little bit of opportunity and space for you in the court. And I thought Stan did a great job of that. Lo and behold, Thomas does that as well.
No, we should have known maybe something special was in the air, even though it seemed on paper to be a mismatch. Ferrer and Almagro will meet in the quarterfinals in this half of the draw, with David having a 12-0 head-to-head edge on Almagro. But Nico's playing some great tennis, so people think he's got a chance. Yeah, it was 10 years ago in this tournament. 21-19, fifth set, Andy Roddick over USL Anawi, and then 5 years ago in the date, that Hewitt-Baghdadis thing that went till 4:30 in the morning. I enjoy this tournament in your home country, Darren. It brings out the best in tennis players. You've seen it so many times. Did again tonight.
Absolutely. He was Stan the man tonight. That's what we call him, and he lived up to his name. And Novak, classy as ever in the after-match press conference, and survives to fight another day.
He sure does. And this is just the round of 16. Do we have a few more of these in the Australian Open? This is worth getting up for and staying up for. Wow. 12-10 in the fifth. Djokovic onto the quarters.